I started whispering during my lunch break because I realized my voice was too loud on a phone call. I was confused and frustrated because I hadn't asked to cancel anything. The woman from the insurance company on the phone stayed calm while I was upset. She said, "According to our records, we received a request from you to cancel your policy, and it's done." I had a savings-oriented life insurance policy. My sister-in-law Rachel, who was an insurance agent, convinced me to get this policy, which was more expensive than others. My name is Stella. I'm 40 years old and work in an office. I live in an apartment with my husband and daughter. Today has been really hard from the start. When my husband woke up, he said he was going on an overnight business trip and started packing his bags. At the same time, our daughter Amy was upset because she couldn't find her math textbook. Amy is in first grade, so she often needs help, but it's stressful when my husband starts complaining about his missing travel bag and new socks. I've been thinking about divorce for a while because our relationship has been struggling for the past year, and this situation just makes things worse. I said out loud, "Why don't you both prepare the day before?" Amy quickly apologized and promised to be more careful next time. I replied, "That's okay, honey, I should have helped you check yesterday. I'm sorry, but my husband reacted differently." He said, "If you took care of everything, Amy wouldn't be in this mess, and if you had bought me new socks, I wouldn't be complaining." I was angry about his small complaints. I had no idea he was going on a business trip. I said, "There are clean socks in the drawer, isn't that good enough?" He replied, "I like to wear brand new socks when I go on a trip." I thought his preference was strange, but I kept that to myself. He goes on these overnight trips every few months, and I figured his company scheduled it, but he didn't bother to tell me. If my husband needed new socks, he could have bought them himself or at least told me beforehand. Amy looked like she was about to cry and said, "Mom, Dad, please stop arguing." So, I turned to her and said, "I'm sorry, Amy, it's okay, let's find your textbook together." My husband went back to packing quietly while I helped Amy with her backpack. I sneaked a look at him and saw that he was packing casual clothes instead of his usual business outfit. I wondered, is he cheating again? Something felt wrong. He had cheated on me twice before. The first time was right before Amy was born. I thought about divorce then, but he begged me to forgive him, even getting our in-laws involved. My mother-in-law pleaded with me to stay with him, and my sister-in-law Rachel asked me not to leave her brother, so I decided not to go through with the divorce. But then, last year, he cheated on me again with a girl he met on a dating app. My husband tends to say whatever comes to his mind, and he's not good at hiding things. He thinks he's being sneaky, but I always find out. In a flash, he was caught again, crying and begging for forgiveness, even though he usually acts so confident. Seeing him cry, with his nose running, was just sad. I told him, "If there's another issue, we're done." I made him fill out divorce papers, moved all our savings into my account, and even though I forgave him, I no longer loved him. He always puts himself first, and I can't forgive him for not caring for our daughter, Amy, or spending time with her, but I plan to wait until Amy is a bit older before getting a divorce. In the end, we found Amy's math textbook easily in her backpack. Amy left for school happy, but I felt completely drained from the morning. I didn't have time to make my packed lunch, so I went to a deli near my office. While I was there, a poster from an insurance company caught my eye, and I suddenly remembered that my policy was one where I would receive a cash back after some time. I thought it should be deposited soon. I'm paying a lot for my insurance every month. Without little joys, I wouldn't be able to keep going. I started to feel excited thinking about what I could do with the cash back when it finally arrives. Maybe I could buy Amy some new fall clothes. With a spring in my step, I stopped by the bank to update my passbook. To my surprise, not only was there no celebration money, but this month's insurance premium hadn't been deducted yet. I thought, isn't the premium supposed to be deducted the same month I get the bonus? At first, I was confused, but remembering my husband's strange behavior this morning made me uneasy, so I decided to call the insurance company. Unfortunately, my sister-in-law Rachel was off for the day, and another woman answered the phone. She told me that my policy had been cancelled and the cancellation fee was already paid, but I hadn't seen any money deposited in my account. The woman kept insisting that all the paperwork was in order and that the insurance company had done everything correctly. I thought, what if my policy was cancelled without my consent? It felt like she was suggesting the insurance company wasn't at fault. I made it clear that I had no intention of canceling my policy. I told her I would check with Rachel and my husband, but she'd better confirm with Rachel too. Then I hung up. Before I knew it, my lunch break was almost over. I didn't even have time to eat the lunch I had bought from the deli, but I had lost my appetite anyway. I asked my boss if I could leave early, then I finished my work quickly. I left the office earlier than usual and immediately called my husband's cell phone. If he was really busy at work and couldn't answer, then that was just how it would be. "Stella, why are you calling me? I'm at work," he said after a few rings. He sounded annoyed, but I could hear cheerful music in the background. I thought, does he really think he won't get caught? This is ridiculous. "Sorry about that, but my life insurance was cancelled without my consent, and there's no cash value. Do you know anything about this? I think I might have been scammed, and I'm considering going to the police." "The police? What the hell are you thinking?" It was me. I suspected that my husband and Rachel were behind the cancellation, so I exaggerated my claims. My husband sounded shocked and immediately confessed. I felt relieved at first, but my anger quickly grew. "Oh really? It was you? Where's the cash value?" I demanded. "I used it to support my mom," he said. I was confused. Did something happen to my mother-in-law? Does she need money? "No, she just said she wanted to take a family trip to a holiday resort," he replied. I was surprised by his response. "You cancelled my life insurance without my consent for a trip? You used my money for travel expenses? The business trip was a lie?" "Yeah, I'm the beneficiary, so I don't see a problem. We're staying in a luxury hotel. I'm in the lobby right now, and there's an amazing chandelier," he bragged, sounding excited. "What the heck? I have a lot of complaints. Why did you cancel without my consent? I'm the one paying the premium. You should be able to afford your own travel expenses." "Oh, shut up. If something happens to you, I'm the one who gets the money. It's my money. You're healthy and not going to die anytime soon. You can just take out another policy." I couldn't understand his arguments at all. The conditions change as you get older, and insurance premiums go up. Do you really not understand that? "Well, I'm not the one paying," he replied. I felt a headache coming on from his irresponsible words. "Do your parents and Rachel know you cancelled my life insurance without my consent? Didn't my father-in-law say anything? Rachel is obviously an accomplice. Did you forge my signature?" "Yeah, my mom and dad were happy about it and said it was a good idea. After all, you're the one holding all our money, so it's your fault. I want to take a break and have some fun once in a while. It's okay, right? We came on a family trip, and everyone's happy." "Your family includes your parents and Rachel, right? Why aren't Amy and I included? Isn't your family Amy and me? Insurance is for emergencies, and I'd rather not use it. Shouldn't you consult me first if you want to support travel expenses?" "Because you would definitely say no. You and Amy are always together, so it's fine to be with family for a change. Plus, Rachel said she wanted to take out a new life insurance policy for you, so I thought it was killing two birds with one stone." "That's just for you guys. Unbelievable. You won't admit something because it seems bad. What an excuse. Aren't you embarrassed to act like grade schoolers? You're making me not want to talk by getting so angry. What a pain. If you keep this up, I wouldn't mind getting a divorce." I bet you couldn't pull it off. Maybe being in a tourist spot made him more confident. My husband sounded bolder than usual. "I understand," I said, and hung up the phone. "Brace yourself. I'll get back at my in-laws and my husband for all this," I murmured to myself. My patience was running out. My husband had been underestimating me because I always forgave him, even though he kept threatening divorce. I had thought my in-laws were normal people and that Rachel wasn't bad, despite pushing for a high life insurance policy. But normal, sensible people wouldn't cancel their daughter-in-law's life insurance without asking and misuse the money. This is what I get for marrying into this family. I'll cut them all off, I thought as I immediately headed to the court. I always kept the divorce papers my husband had filled out in my bag. Like a good luck charm, I submitted the papers right away and then picked up my daughter, Amy, from her after-school program. On our way home, I told her about the divorce. Amy was surprised, but after I explained it carefully, she accepted it. When we got home, she asked, "So Dad isn't coming back home anymore?" I replied, "Your dad won't be back tonight because he's on a business trip. We're getting divorced, so we'll be living separately, but we still need to prepare for that." Then Amy said, "Let's start packing right away, hurry." I was confused. Huh? What's going on? "Well, you're breaking up with Dad, right? You don't have to cry anymore. I don't like him because he's always mad." "Wait, Amy, did you try to stop us from fighting because you didn't want me to be sad?" I had planned not to divorce for Amy's sake, but it seemed she had been dealing with everything on her own. She said, "Dad never plays with me, even on his days off. He tells me to go away whenever I talk to him. He only uses me to say mean things to you. Like this morning. I've always been sad because I love you, Mom." Amy smiled slightly, and her smile pierced my heart. My husband, who was selfish and always put himself first, had been seen through by both me and Amy. It broke my heart to hear Amy's true feelings, and I felt like crying. "I see. I'm sorry, Amy. I've made you go through a lot. From now on, it'll be just the two of us, but I'll take good care of you. I really love you." Yay. I vowed never to let Amy be sad again. While she did her homework, I kept myself busy by reaching out to a lawyer and searching for realtors and movers online. Then I contacted my parents. When I explained the situation, they told me to come back home right away. "Amy doesn't have to transfer schools. If it's tomorrow morning, I can borrow a truck from an acquaintance to help us move our things," my father said. I contacted the landlord and the elementary school to explain that we'd be commuting from my parents' house. I decided to deal with the school paperwork gradually and called work to take a vacation day tomorrow. I wanted to get most things done before my husband got home. The next day, my parents came over, and we quickly moved our stuff to their house. Everything was done before my husband got home, and only his belongings were left in the apartment. I left a note that said we were divorced and that we were now strangers. Then I left the apartment. When my husband came home and realized we were gone, he would undoubtedly be stunned. Serves him right. The thought of it made me feel triumphant. I was able to prepare for the divorce so smoothly this time because I had researched the necessary steps after he cheated on me before. I had warned him then that next time there would be no discussion. We would divorce, and we had agreed I would keep custody and all our shared assets. In this way, my daughter and I started our new life at my parents' house. A few days later, I received a frantic call from my mother-in-law. My husband's phone was blocked, so I assumed she was calling on his behalf. He is a weak man who cries easily despite his arrogance, so he might be crying pitifully, I thought. "What are you thinking? You're divorcing him even though my son didn't cheat," she yelled loudly, making my ears ring. I instinctively moved my phone away from my ear. "Hey, Stella, it's not too late. Apologize to my son right now. He's been crying because he's hurt. Aren't you embarrassed making such a fuss over this?" "Huh? Apologize? Why?" I couldn't comprehend her words and blurted out, "Who are you?" She probably didn't expect such a response from me, and she stopped speaking abruptly. I was surprised by my own words that just slipped out. "Hey, it's me, your mother-in-law. Come on, Stella, what's gotten into you? You can't possibly be going senile. You're still young." "No, I only have one mother. If you don't identify yourself, could this be a scam call?" I decided to go along with my slip of the tongue. After all, we were strangers now that we were divorced, and there was no point in having a serious conversation with people who canceled my life insurance policy without my consent. "Don't be ridiculous, Stella. If you're going to take that attitude, I have a few things to say too." As expected, my mother-in-law was furious, but I didn't care. "What are you talking about? Do you think you can do something?" I had an agreement with him that if there was any issue, we would divorce immediately. He told me on the phone that we were getting divorced. Her words left her speechless. I took the opportunity to press on. If he wanted to go on a trip, he should have just talked to me about it. Why did he have to commit a crime? Is your whole family looking to end up in jail or something? Canceling life insurance without consent qualifies as forgery. You know that could lead to imprisonment for 3 months to 5 years. I'm ready to fight this thoroughly. I don't want to hear about how your family has no savings or is poorer. My husband might have done this nonchalantly, but that's precisely why I can't forgive him. Hold on a minute. We can't have criminals in this family. Hey, sorry, listen to me, please. Surprised by the mention of imprisonment, my mother-in-law, who had been on a roll just a moment ago, suddenly became submissive, but it was too late. I hung up and blocked all calls from my husband's family. After that, my husband was so shocked by the divorce that he voluntarily left his job and became a shut-in. As for the life insurance issue, we used a system known as financial ADR, which resolves insurance-related disputes outside of court, and we successfully settled the matter. Rachel, my sister-in-law, was disciplined and fired from her insurance company, and it even made minor headlines because of it. My in-laws became the talk of the town and were shamed by relatives, being told things like, "You have no common sense," and "Have some shame." It seems they were quite uncomfortable Both my husband and Rachel became unable to work and were in a financial crunch. Meanwhile, I was living freely with my daughter, Amy, back at my parents' house. I wanted to make up for the hardships I had put Amy through by showering her with plenty of love.
The last thing I wanted to hear was my brother's condescending voice echoing through the marble lobby of Wheeler Industries. But there it was, loud and clear, as I wheeled my carry-on through the glass doors. Well, look who finally decided to grace us with her presence. Justin's designer shoes clicked against the floor as he approached. Done playing translator in Europe? I'm Lana, and after 5 years of building a successful career in international business communications, I was back in Chicago because our father had practically begged me to return. The company was struggling, he'd said. We need all hands on deck, he'd insisted. I was managing multinational accounts, Justin. Not playing. I kept my voice level. Professional. The lobby security guard pretended not to watch our exchange. Justin straightened his tie, a nervous tic he'd had since we were kids. Right, because that's totally the same as running a Fortune 500 company. Before I could respond, a familiar voice called out, "There's my girl!" Mom rushed forward, wrapping me in a perfume-scented hug. Her smile was genuine, but tight around the edges. "Your father's waiting upstairs. Board meeting in 20 minutes. "I just landed," I protested, but Mom was already steering me toward the elevators. "Time waits for no one, especially not in this building." She shot Justin a pointed look. "Your brother was supposed to have the quarterly reports ready 2 days ago." Justin's face reddened. "I told you, there were complications with the—" "Save it for the meeting," Mom cut him off, surprising me. She'd always been Justin's biggest defender. The elevator ride was tense. Justin jabbed at his phone while Mom fussed with my wrinkled blazer. 22 floors of awkward silence. Dad's corner office hadn't changed. Same mahogany desk, same Chicago skyline view. He stood when we entered, arms open. There she is. His hug was brief, businesslike. "Ready to see how the big leagues operate?" "I've been in the big leagues, Dad. Just different ones." The words slipped out before I could stop them. He waved them away. "Well, now you're home where you belong. Justin will show you the ropes." My brother smirked. "Happy to babysit." "Actually," I pulled out my tablet, "I've already reviewed last quarter's numbers. We're hemorrhaging clients in the Asian markets. Our communication protocols are outdated, and our international presence is—" "That's enough." Dad's voice turned sharp. "Justin handles strategy. You're here to support his vision." I bit my tongue, but the familiar sting of dismissal burned in my chest. Same old dynamic. Golden boy versus the spare. "Meeting time," Mum announced, ever the peacekeeper. As we filed toward the conference room, I hung back to check a text from my friend Veronica. That's when I heard it. Justin's voice, harsh and low, coming from the supply closet. "Everything's proceeding as planned. Yes, I understand the timeline. The old man doesn't suspect a thing." I pressed against the wall, heart pounding. "The transfer will happen next week." "No, my sister won't be a problem. She's just here to make Daddy happy. Trust me, by this time next month, Wheeler Industries will be ours." The door handle clicked. I hurried toward the conference room, mind racing. What transfer? Who was ours? Inside, board members were already seated. Justin slipped in moments later, all polished smiles and confident swagger. "Now that we're all here," Dad began, "I'd like to address the company's current challenges. Justin, the floor is yours." My brother stood, straightening his tie again. "Thank you, Father. Despite some temporary setbacks, I'm confident our new direction will restore Wheeler Industries to its former glory." I watched him closely, noting the slight tremor in his hands as he clicked through his presentation. 5 years ago, I would have dismissed it as normal presentation jitters. But now, combined with that phone call, "Lana," Dad's voice snapped me back. Something to add? I met Justin's warning glare and made a decision. Actually, yes, I have some thoughts on our international strategy. We've already established, Justin started. Let her speak, Mum interrupted, surprising everyone. I stood, tablet in hand. Our biggest problem isn't just losing clients, it's failing to understand why we're losing them. We're operating like it's still 1995, while our competitors are living in 2023. The board members leaned forward. Justin's face darkened. I have a proposal, I continued, to modernize our approach, one that could save us millions in the first quarter alone. Dad checked his watch. We'll table this for now. Justin's strategy is exactly what we need to hear, said a board member, Mrs. Rodriguez. But I'd like to hear Ms. Wheeler's proposal as well. Perhaps tomorrow? I nodded, ignoring Justin's clenched jaw. I'll have a full presentation ready. As the meeting adjourned, I caught Mom studying me with an unreadable expression. But it was the fury in Justin's eyes that confirmed what I already suspected. My brother was hiding something big, and my return had just thrown a wrench in his plans. Game on, big brother. Game on. You can't seriously be using Windows 7 on these systems, I muttered, staring at the ancient desktop in my new office. 3 days into my return, and every discovery was worse than the last. A knock at my door made me jump. Having fun with our vintage equipment? Veronica stood in the doorway, grinning. My oldest friend had been Wheeler Industries' HR director for 5 years, watching the company's slow decline from the inside. How does anything get done around here? I gestured at the dinosaur of a computer. It doesn't. She closed the door and lowered her voice. That's why we lost the Samsung contract last month. Their team couldn't even open our files. I groaned. Let me guess. Justin blamed it on their unreasonable technical requirements? Got it in one. Veronica perched on my desk. Speaking of your darling brother, he's been making a lot of mysterious trips to the financial district lately. Before I could respond, Justin barged in without knocking. Board meeting in 10. Try not to waste everyone's time with more of your modernization nonsense. You mean like having computers from this decade? How revolutionary. I smiled sweetly. He leaned over my desk. Listen carefully, little sister. I've spent years building relationships with these people. You can't just waltz in with your European ideas and... Is there a problem here? Mom appeared in the doorway, making Justin straighten up quickly. Just catching up, he said smoothly. Coming to the meeting? I gathered my materials. Wouldn't miss it. The conference room was packed. I took my seat, noting the unusual number of financial reports scattered across the table. Q3 projections, Justin announced, distributing more papers. As you can see, we're positioned for a strong recovery. I flipped through the pages, something nagging at my brain. The numbers looked good. Too good. These projections show a 40% increase in Asian market share, I said. How? Justin's smile tightened. Through aggressive expansion strategies I've been developing. Without updating our communication systems? I pressed. Without addressing the compatibility issues that lost us Samsung? Perhaps we should focus on the domestic market first, Dad interrupted, but Mrs. Rodriguez shook her head. No, these are valid questions. Justin, please explain the technical infrastructure supporting these projections. My brother launched into a jargon-filled explanation that made several board members' eyes glaze over. I pulled up last quarter's reports on my tablet, comparing numbers. This can't be right, I muttered. Something to share? Justin snapped. I looked up. These figures don't match our Q2 reports. The baseline numbers are completely different. The room went quiet. Justin's face flushed. There was a revision. I wasn't notified of any revisions, our CFO spoke up. When was this done? I have the documentation in my office, Justin said quickly. I'll bring it this afternoon. Now, Dad ordered, his voice stern. Go get it now. Justin practically ran from the room. I used the opportunity to address the board. While we wait, I'd like to present my modernization proposal. The initial investment is significant, but the ROI... We don't have the budget, Justin announced, returning empty-handed. The documentation isn't where I thought, but I can assure you. Show me the books, I demanded. All of them. You don't have the authority. Actually, Mom spoke up. As a board member, she does. Reagan Wheeler, casting my vote to audit all financial records from the past 2 years. I second that motion, Mrs. Rodriguez added quickly. Justin's face went from red to white. This is ridiculous. Father, are you going to let them? Motion carries. Dad cut him off, looking troubled. Full audit, starting tomorrow. The meeting dissolved into chaos. I slipped out, heading straight for the accounting department. Something was very wrong with those numbers, and I needed to find out what before Justin could cover his tracks. Hey! Veronica caught up with me at the elevator. That was intense. Need help? Actually, yes. I lowered my voice. Can you get me access to the backup servers? The ones Justin doesn't know about? She smiled. Already done. Check your email. Login credentials should be there. But Lana... Her expression turned serious. Be careful. I've seen some weird transfers lately. Big ones. Back in my office, I logged into the server and started digging. 3 hours later, I found it. A pattern of suspicious transactions, all leading to an account at... Working late? I slammed my laptop shut. Justin stood in my doorway, his casual pose betrayed by white-knuckled fists. Just getting up to speed, I said calmly, heart racing. Lots to learn. Indeed. He stepped closer. Word of advice? Sometimes learning too much can be dangerous. He left before I could respond, but his message was clear. I pulled out my phone and texted Veronica. Need to talk. Not here. Bring every financial record you can find. The game had changed. This wasn't just about proving myself anymore. This was about saving our company. And if I was right about those transactions, Justin was doing a lot more than cooking the books. $6 million! Veronica's brother Damon whistled low, studying the spreadsheets spread across his kitchen table. That's not creative accounting. That's straight-up embezzlement. We'd gathered at his downtown apartment, away from prying eyes at Wheeler Industries. Veronica paced behind us, coffee cup in hand. The money's being funneled through shell companies, I explained, pointing to the transaction patterns. But I can't trace where it ends up. That's because you're not looking in the right place. Veronica stopped pacing. Remember those mysterious trips to the financial district I mentioned? Justin's been spotted at Apex Innovations. Our biggest competitor? I sat up straighter. Are you sure? My friend Scarlett works there. She's seen him meeting with their CEO at least 3 times this month. Damon, who specialized in corporate law, was already typing on his laptop. Apex's stock has jumped 30% in the last quarter, while Wheeler's tanked. That's not a coincidence. He's bankrupting us to help them, I said, the reality hitting hard. My own brother is destroying our family's company. We need proof, Damon replied. Concrete evidence that links Justin to both the missing money and Apex. My phone buzzed. A text from Mum. Where are you? Your father's asking questions about the audit. I have to get back, I said, gathering the papers. Dad's already suspicious. Wait. Damon grabbed a business card. My client's having a charity gala tomorrow night. Apex's executives will be there. He slid the invitation across the table. Want to do some reconnaissance? The next evening found me in a black cocktail dress, navigating through Chicago's elite at the Drake Hotel. Veronica had insisted on coming as backup. Target at 2:00, she murmured, nodding toward a group of executives. That's Marcus Phillips, Apex's CEO. I recognized him from their website, tall, silver-haired, radiating authority. But it was the younger woman beside him who caught my attention. "Scarlett!" Veronica waved, pulling me toward them. What a surprise! The redhead turned, her face lighting up. "Veronica, and this must be Lana. I've heard so much about you. All good things, I hope." I shook her hand, noting her Apex employee badge partially hidden under her blazer. "Of course, though your brother speaks quite differently about you." I froze. "You know Justin?" "Oh yes, he's been—" She stopped abruptly as Marcus shot her a warning look. "Scarlett, perhaps you should check on the donation tallies," he said smoothly. She hurried away, leaving an awkward silence. "Mr. Phillips," I smiled, channeling my best networking skills. "I've been admiring Apex's recent growth. Very impressive." "Thank you." He studied me carefully. "Though I hear Wheeler Industries is struggling." "Nothing we can't handle. In fact, we're implementing some exciting changes." His smile turned predatory. "Are you? How interesting. Your brother seemed to think—" He caught himself. "Well, perhaps I've said too much." Before I could press further, my phone buzzed. A text from Damon. "Get out now. Justin just arrived." "If you'll excuse me," I said quickly, but it was too late. "Lana," Justin's voice carried across the ballroom. "What are you doing here?" He strode over, face darkening as he saw who I was talking to. Marcus nodded slightly to him, a gesture that spoke volumes. "Networking," I said brightly. "Just like you." Justin grabbed my arm, pulling me aside. "You need to leave. Now." "Why? Afraid I'll learn something I shouldn't?" His grip tightened. "This is your last warning, sister. Back off." "Everything okay here?" Veronica appeared, with Damon close behind. Justin released me, straightening his tie. "Family matter. Nothing to concern yourselves with." "Actually," Damon said, "as Ms. Wheeler's legal counsel, I'm very concerned about any threats made against my client." "Lawyer up all you want," Justin sneered. "You've got nothing." He stormed off, leaving me shaking with both fear and anger. Damon touched my shoulder gently. "You okay?" "No." I watched Justin rejoin Marcus, their heads bent in conversation. "But I will be. Did you see how they reacted when I mentioned changes at Wheeler? They're planning something big. And we need to move fast," Veronica added. "Scarlett just texted me. There's a major project launch next week, something about a hostile takeover." My blood ran cold. That's what the money's for. Justin's not just helping Apex. He's funding their takeover of Wheeler Industries. "We can stop him," Damon said firmly. "But we need evidence that will stand up in court." I watched my brother laugh with Marcus, probably celebrating their impending victory. "Then let's get it. Veronica, can you get Scarlett to talk?" She nodded. "She's already feeling guilty about her part in this. I'll make it worth her while." "Good." I straightened my dress, determination replacing fear. "Because this ends now. Justin wants to play corporate raider. Let's show him how it feels to be the one taken down." "I could lose my job for this," Scarlett whispered, glancing nervously around the coffee shop. We'd chosen a spot far from both Wheeler Industries and Apex's offices for this meeting. "You could face worse if the SEC investigates," I replied, sliding a folder across the table. "Your signature's on some of these documents." Her hands trembled as she opened the folder. "I didn't know at first. Justin said it was just routine market research. And now? Now I know they're planning to destroy your family's company." She pulled out her phone, tapping quickly. "The project's codenamed Phoenix. Here's the timeline." I studied the schedule she'd sent. "Next Thursday? That's sooner than we thought." "Marcus moved everything up after seeing you at the gala. They're worried you're catching on." She leaned forward. There's a meeting tomorrow morning. All the key players will be there, including Justin. Where? Apex's downtown office. Conference room A, 10th floor. She wrote something on a napkin. That's the security code for the elevator. I can get you in, but you'll have to figure out the rest. My phone buzzed. Damon calling. Excuse me, I told Scarlett, stepping away to answer. We've got a problem, he said without preamble. Justin just called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning. What time? 9 a.m. Same time as the Apex meeting, I muttered. He's creating an alibi. Exactly. He'll be at Wheeler while his plans unfold at Apex. Perfect deniability. I returned to the table, where Scarlett was gathering her things. Wait, I need one more favor. She paused. What kind? Can you get me into that meeting tomorrow? Are you crazy? They'll recognize you immediately. Not if I'm not there as myself. I pulled up a photo on my phone, an email announcement about Apex's new Japanese investors. They're sending representatives, right? Scarlett's eyes widened. You speak Japanese? Fluently, among other languages. She bit her lip. The representatives cancelled last night. No one outside Apex knows yet. Perfect. I texted Veronica. Need your makeup skills. Full transformation required. This is insane, Scarlett protested. If they catch you, they won't, but I need you to play along if anyone asks questions. The next morning, I barely recognized myself in the mirror. Veronica had worked magic with contouring and a sleek black wig. Dark contacts completed the transformation. Remember, Damon coached through my earpiece as I approached Apex's building. You're Yuki Tanaka from Tokyo First Bank. Minimal English, lots of nodding. I entered the security code, my heart pounding as the elevator rose. Scarlett met me in the lobby, playing her part perfectly. Ms. Tanaka, welcome to Apex. Please follow me. The conference room was already filling up. Marcus sat at the head of the table, surrounded by executives. I took my seat quietly, arranging my translator's notebook. Shall we begin? Marcus stood. As you know, Project Phoenix enters its final phase next week. Our inside man has confirmed that Wheeler Industries board remains unaware of the situation. My fingers tightened around my pen as he pulled up a presentation. The shell companies are in place. Once the transfer is complete, we'll begin aggressive acquisition of Wheeler's remaining shares. He smiled coldly. By month's end, their assets will be ours at pennies on the dollar. And what about the family? Someone asked. Justin assures me they'll be too busy with internal drama to mount any defense. Speaking of which, he checked his phone. He's keeping them distracted with a board meeting right now. The presentation continued, each slide revealing more of their scheme. I recorded everything, my hand shaking slightly as the full scope became clear. Suddenly, Scarlett's phone buzzed loudly. All eyes turned to her as she checked the message. Sir, she said, her voice strained. There's a situation. Justin's sister. She's presenting evidence of financial irregularities to the Wheeler board right now. The room erupted in chaos. Marcus grabbed his phone, dialing frantically. Justin! What the hell is happening? I used the confusion to slip out, hurrying toward the elevators. Behind me, I heard Marcus shout, Find out what she knows, and get me everything on Project Phoenix. We need to move now. In the elevator, I pulled off the wig, hands shaking as I texted Damon. Got it all. Every detail. Good, he replied. Because your brother just left the board meeting in a rage. He's heading to Apex. The elevator doors opened, and I found myself face to face with Justin. For a moment, he didn't recognize me through the makeup. Then his eyes widened. You! He snarled, reaching for me. I ducked under his arm, sprinting for the exit. It's over, Justin! I have everything! Security! He shouted. Stop her! But I was already through the revolving doors, racing toward the car where Veronica waited. Drive! I jumped in, clutching my notebook. Get us to Wheeler Industries, now! In the rearview mirror, I saw Justin emerge from the building, his face contorted with fury as he watched us disappear into traffic. The evidence was secure. Now came the hard part, confronting our family with the truth about their golden boy. He's right behind us, Veronica warned, swerving through traffic. Justin's black Mercedes was gaining in the rearview mirror. Take the next right, I ordered, frantically texting Damon. We need to get these documents somewhere safe before he... A sudden impact jolted the car. Justin had rammed us from behind. He's lost his mind! Veronica gripped the wheel tighter, taking a sharp turn onto Michigan Avenue. My phone rang, Mom's face appearing on the screen. I answered on speaker. Where are you? Her voice was tight with worry. The board's in chaos. Your father's demanding answers. Mom, listen carefully. Get everyone back in the conference room. Don't let anyone leave, especially Dad. Lana, what's going on? Another impact rocked the car. I braced against the dashboard. Justin's been stealing from the company. Millions. I have proof, but... The call cut off as we swerved again. Ahead, the light turned red. Veronica slammed the brakes, and I saw our chance. Stop here! The law office is just down the block. We screeched to a halt. I grabbed my bag and the documents. Get these to Damon. I'll handle Justin. Lana, no. But I was already out, sprinting through stopped traffic toward Wheeler Industries. Behind me, I heard car doors slam, followed by running footsteps. You're making a big mistake, Justin shouted. I pushed through the revolving doors, past startled security, and into the lobby. The elevator was too risky. He'd catch me. Instead, I headed for the stairs. Miss Wheeler! The security guard called out. Your brother says to stop you! I burst into the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time. Justin's footsteps echoed below, getting closer. My lungs burned as I passed the 10th floor, then the 15th. Finally, I reached our floor. I stumbled into the hallway, gasping for air. The boardroom was just ahead. Stop right there. Justin's voice, deadly calm, froze me in place. I turned to find him blocking the hallway, his perfect suit now disheveled, eyes wild. It's over, I said. Scarlett gave us everything. The shell companies, Project Phoenix, all of it. He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. You think you've won? I own half the board. It's your word against mine, little sister. Who do you think they'll believe? Me? Mom stepped out of the boardroom. Behind her, Dad and the entire board watched in shock. We believe her. Justin's face went pale. Father, I can explain. Explain what? Dad's voice was like ice. How you conspired with our competitors. How you stole from your own family. I was trying to save us, Justin exploded. This company is dying because you won't change. At least Apex has vision. Vision. I stepped forward. They're planning to strip Wheeler Industries for parts, fire everyone. Your grand plan was to help them destroy everything our grandparents built. You don't understand business, he sneered. Sometimes you have to commit fraud? Damon appeared from the elevator, carrying my documents. Securities fraud, embezzlement, corporate espionage. Should I continue? Mrs. Rodriguez emerged from the boardroom. The SEC has been notified, as has the FBI. Justin's composure finally cracked. He lunged for the documents, but I was ready. 5 years of kickboxing classes paid off as I sidestepped, letting him stumble past me. Don't, I warned as he recovered, fists clenched. You've done enough damage. Justin, Dad's voice broke. How could you? How could I? Justin whirled on him. You handed me a dying company and expected miracles. At least this way we'd get something out of the collapse. We? Mom stepped forward. Or just you? How much were they paying you to betray us? Before he could answer, the elevator dinged. 2 FBI agents stepped out, followed by Marcus in handcuffs. Justin Wheeler? One agent approached. "We need you to come with us." Everything happened quickly after that. As the agents led Justin away, I heard him shout, "You'll regret this, Lana. The company will fail without me." Dad sank into a chair, looking suddenly old. Mom gripped his shoulder, her face tight with grief. "Not without her," Mrs. Rodriguez said firmly. "Lana's modernization plan is exactly what we need. If she's willing to take charge of the transition..." All eyes turned to me. 5 years ago, I'd left because no one would listen. Now they were finally ready to hear what I had to say. "I'll do it," I said, "but we do this my way. Complete transparency, modern systems, no more old boys club." Dad nodded slowly. "You were right. About everything. I'm sorry we didn't see it sooner." As the board filed back into the conference room, Veronica appeared at my side. "You okay?" I watched the elevator doors close on my brother's career, his freedom, and our family's trust in him. "No," I admitted. "But we will be. Ready to save the company?" I straightened my shoulders, heading for the boardroom. "Ready to rebuild it, better than before." "The press is having a field day," Veronica announced, dropping a stack of newspapers on my new desk, Justin's old office. Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, they're all running with the story. I glanced at the headlines. Wheeler Industries, heir arrested in corporate scandal, and family drama leads to major fraud bust. "At least they're spelling our names right," I muttered, turning back to my computer. The company's first board meeting under my leadership was in an hour, and I needed everything perfect. My phone buzzed. A text from Mum. "Visiting Justin today. He's asking to see you." "Not happening," I typed back. "He's still your brother. He's also a criminal who tried to destroy our company." A knock interrupted my response. Dad stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes instead of his usual suit. He'd stepped down as CEO last week, though he remained on the board. "The office looks different," he said, eyeing the modern furniture and new tech setup that had replaced Justin's mahogany and leather. "That's the point." I gestured to a chair. "What brings you here?" He sat heavily. "Your mother wants us all to have dinner tonight, as a family." "Seriously? Justin's in jail, the company's barely surviving, and she wants to play happy families?" "She's trying to hold us together." He rubbed his face tiredly. "The reporters, the shareholders, everyone wants to know how we missed the signs, how I missed them." Before I could respond, Damon burst in. "We've got trouble. Apex is making moves." "What kind of moves?" He handed me his tablet. "They're approaching our major clients, offering steep discounts to switch services. They're trying to capitalize on the scandal." "They won't succeed," I said, pulling up our new client portal. "Because as of this morning, we're the only company offering real-time international communication integration. Show them." I turned the screen, displaying our revamped system. Dad leaned forward, interested despite himself. "This is what you were trying to tell us about?" "This is just the beginning. Veronica, show him the numbers from the beta test." She pulled up the data. 98% client satisfaction, response times cut by 60%, cost reduction of... Another knock. Mrs. Rodriguez entered, looking grave. "Emergency board meeting, now." "But the regular meeting isn't for an hour. This can't wait. Marcus is talking." My blood ran cold. The Apex CEO had struck a deal with prosecutors, testimony for leniency. The boardroom was tense when we arrived. Several members were huddled around phones, whispering urgently. "What's he saying?" I demanded. "Everything," Mrs. Rodriguez replied. "The whole scheme, how they plan to asset strip Wheeler Industries after the takeover, how Justin was promised a position at Apex plus $20 million. Dad's face went ashen. $20 million? To betray his own family? "There's more," she continued. "Marcus claims other Wheeler executives were involved, He's naming names. The room erupted in chaos. Board members started shouting, pointing fingers, making accusations. Enough! I slammed my hand on the table. This stops now. Anyone involved in Justin's scheme has 1 hour to come forward voluntarily. After that, the FBI gets everything we have. And believe me, we have it all. You're bluffing, someone called out. I connected my laptop to the projector. Am I? Scarlett gave us complete access to Apex's servers. Every email, every transfer, every meeting. I started scrolling through files. Should I read them aloud? 2 board members stood up immediately. We'll cooperate, one said shakily. Smart choice. Damon will take your statements. I turned to the others. Anyone else? Silence. Good. Now, let's talk about saving this company. I launched into my presentation, showing how our new systems would revolutionize international business communication. As I spoke, I watched the fear in the room gradually transform into something else. Hope. This is ambitious, Mrs. Rodriguez said when I finished. But it could work. All in favor. Every hand went up, even Dad's. After the meeting, he lingered behind. I should have listened to you years ago. Yes, you should have. Your brother. He hesitated. He always seemed so sure, so confident. I thought that meant he knew what he was doing. Confidence isn't the same as competence, I said, gathering my things. Are you coming to Mum's dinner? He nodded. We need to stick together now. The press, the shareholders, they're all watching to see if we fall apart. Then, let's show them how Wheeler Industries handles a crisis. I headed for the door, then paused. Dad? Justin wasn't the only one who seemed sure of himself. I know what I'm doing too. I just show it differently. He smiled slightly. I'm starting to see that. As we left the office, I caught my reflection in the window. No longer the overlooked younger sister, but a leader emerging from crisis. Justin had tried to destroy our company for personal gain. I would save it by being exactly what he never was. Honest, innovative, and true to our family's real legacy. The prison visiting room was colder than I expected. Justin sat across from me in his orange jumpsuit, the past month having stripped away his polished executive veneer. Finally decided to visit your big brother? His smile didn't reach his eyes. Cut the act, I said. The prosecutors offered you a deal. Take it. He leaned forward. Or what? Or I release everything. Not just the business fraud, everything. Remember that investor you pushed out in 2019? The one who mysteriously backed out after his daughter's accident? His face darkened. You're bluffing. I pulled out my phone, showing him the files. Amazing what people tell me when they realize you're going down. Everyone you've hurt, everyone you've threatened, they're all talking now. You'd destroy our family's reputation just to punish me? You did that already. I'm here to contain the damage. A guard approached. Time's up. I stood, gathering my coat. The deal expires at midnight. Make the right choice for once. Wait. His voice cracked slightly. Is Dad still asking about me? Every day, I met his eyes. That's why you need to take the deal. Give them Apex. Give them everything. Let us start rebuilding. Back at Wheeler Industries, I found the office in chaos. Veronica met me at the elevator. The board's waiting, she said, hurrying beside me. Apex's lawyers made contact. They want to negotiate? They want to merge. Their stock's tanking since the scandal broke. They're desperate. I pushed open the boardroom doors to find Dad already there, looking more animated than I'd seen him in weeks. It's a good offer, he said as I sat down. We'd maintain controlling interest, and their Asian market share would... No. I cut him off. Lana, be reasonable. This could solve all our problems. Our problems started because we took shortcuts. I turned to address the whole board. Apex tried to destroy us. Now they want to save themselves by latching onto our recovery. I say let them sink. Mrs. Rodriguez nodded slowly. Our new systems are already attracting attention. The Samsung contract is just the beginning, I finished. We don't need Apex. We need to be better than Apex. The debate raged for hours. Finally, the vote came down. Merger rejected. As the board filed out, my phone buzzed. A text from Damon. Justin took the deal. I showed Dad the message. He sank into his chair, relief and sadness warring on his face. It's really over then. Almost. There's one more thing we need to do. I took a deep breath. We need to tell the whole story. Publicly. What? Why? Because if we don't, someone else will. Probably Apex trying to make themselves look better. Before he could respond, Mom burst in. Albert, your heart! Dad was clutching his chest, face grey. I hit the emergency button as he slumped forward. Everything blurred into chaos. Paramedics rushing in. The ride to the hospital. Hours in the waiting room while doctors worked. Stress-induced cardiac event. The doctor finally explained. He's stable, but he needs rest. No work. No stress. Mom turned to me, tears in her eyes. This is what business does to families. Maybe we should sell after all. No. I stood up. Dad spent his life building Wheeler Industries. Justin tried to destroy it. I won't let either of their sacrifices be for nothing. Then what do you suggest? I pulled out my laptop. We tell our story, the whole truth. Show everyone how we're fixing what's broken in the company and our family. For the next few hours, I drafted the press release while Mom sat with Dad. When she returned, I showed her what I'd written. It's very honest, she said, reading. About Justin, about our mistakes, about everything. That's the point. No more secrets, no more pretending. She touched my hand. When did you get so wise? When I stopped trying to be what everyone expected and started being what the company needed. My phone buzzed again. Veronica, turn on CNBC now! I grabbed the remote in Dad's hospital room. The breaking news banner made us all freeze. Apex Innovations, CEO indicted, Wheeler Industries vindicated. The reporter continued. In a stunning development, Marcus Phillips and several Apex executives have been indicted on multiple fraud charges. Sources say Justin Wheeler's testimony was instrumental. Mum started crying. Dad, still groggy, managed a small smile. He did the right thing, I said softly. Finally. What happens now? Mum asked. I looked at Dad in his hospital bed. At the news showing our company's name cleared. At the press release telling our true story. Now we rebuild. The right way this time. Dad reached for my hand. Lead the way, daughter. Lead the way. Outside the hospital window, the Chicago skyline glittered in the evening light. Somewhere in that maze of buildings, Wheeler Industries waited for its fresh start. And this time, we'd build something worthy of our family's name. All of our family, even the ones who lost their way. Ready? Veronica asked, straightening my blazer as we stood outside the conference hall. As I'll ever be. Through the doors, I could hear the murmur of reporters and industry leaders gathering for Wheeler Industries' public relaunch. Dad appeared beside me, looking healthier after his recovery. The board's seated. It's time. I took the stage to camera flashes and curious faces. Every major business publication was here to witness our company's resurrection. Wheeler Industries was built on a simple principle, I began. That honest communication builds lasting success. We lost sight of that principle, and it nearly destroyed us. Movement at the back of the room caught my eye. Justin, in a suit instead of prison orange, slipped in quietly. His supervised release for the event had been approved just yesterday. But crisis taught us something valuable, I continued. Real strength isn't in maintaining a perfect image. It's in acknowledging our failures and learning from them. I launched the presentation, showcasing our new global communication platform. The audience leaned forward as real-time translations appeared across multiple screens, connecting offices from Tokyo to São Paulo. This is the future of international business, I explained. No more barriers, no more outdated systems, no more shortcuts. Mrs. Rodriguez stood up. Wheeler Industries stock has risen 40% since implementing these changes. Client retention is at an all-time high. Questions flew from the audience. I handled each one, noting Justin's expression growing more thoughtful with each answer. And what about the family dynamic? A reporter asked. How do you handle working with your father after everything that happened? Dad stepped forward to the microphone. By remembering what matters most. I spent years looking for a worthy successor, not realizing she was right in front of me. Lana didn't just save our company, she made it better. Tears pricked my eyes, but I kept my voice steady. We're not perfect, we're still healing, but we're doing it together, honestly and openly. After the presentation, Justin approached as reporters packed up their gear. That was impressive, he said quietly. The translation matrix, the integration systems, it's what we should have done years ago. Better late than never. He nodded toward the screens still displaying our global network. You know, in prison, I had a lot of time to think about why I did what I did. And I was scared. The company was struggling, and I thought power meant never showing weakness. He met my eyes. You proved me wrong. Showing our vulnerability made us stronger. Justin, I started, but he held up a hand. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it yet, but I want to make things right. How? He pulled out a folder. My personal assets. What's left after restitution? I want to donate them to fund scholarships for international business students. In your name. I stared at him. Why? Because you saw what I didn't, that the future of business is about breaking down walls, not building them higher. Before I could respond, Mom appeared. The board's waiting. They want to discuss expansion plans. Justin stepped back. Go. Lead them better than I did. In the boardroom, faces both old and new looked to me expectantly. Veronica gave me a thumbs up from her new seat as Chief of Global Communications. The press response is overwhelming, Mrs. Rodriguez reported. 3 major corporations want to adopt our communication platform. Let them, I said. But we do this carefully, ethically. No cutting corners. Dad smiled from his advisory seat. The Wheeler way, the right way. Speaking of which, Damon interjected, Apex's assets are up for auction. Their Asian market share could be ours. I thought of Justin's words about breaking down walls. No, we're not taking over anyone. We're going to build something new, something that helps other companies grow alongside us. A rising tide lifts all boats, Dad mused. Exactly. I pulled up our global map. We're not just selling communication systems. We're building bridges between companies, countries, people. That's gonna take time, someone cautioned. Then we take the time. I looked around the room, at the faces that had supported me, doubted me, and finally trusted me. We do it right, or we don't do it at all. As the meeting concluded, I paused by the window overlooking the city. My reflection showed someone different from the uncertain woman who'd returned home months ago. Someone stronger, wiser, but also more compassionate. Mom joined me. Proud of you, sweetheart. Think we'll be okay? She squeezed my hand. We already are. You know why? Because you didn't just fix the company, you fixed our family. Even Justin. Through the glass, I watched my brother being escorted to his waiting transport. He turned, caught my eye, and nodded once. Not forgiveness, not yet, but understanding, recognition, respect. I nodded back, then turned to face my future. Wheeler Industries hadn't just survived, it had transformed. And so had I. "Ready for what's next?" Veronica asked, tablet in hand. I smiled, heading for my office. "Always. Let's build something amazing."
The worst part about being forgotten is pretending it doesn't hurt. I stared at my phone, reading the text from my mother for the 10th time. "Kylie, darling. There seems to have been a mix-up with Stuart's wedding invitations. I'm sure yours just got lost in the mail." Lost in the mail? Right. My name is Kylie, and I've spent 29 years being the family's afterthought. The forgotten daughter, the invisible sister, the one who's never quite good enough. You'd think I'd be used to it by now. My phone buzzed again. Andrea's name flashed across the screen. "Have you heard from them yet?" she asked when I picked up. "Oh yeah," I laughed, but it came out hollow. Apparently, my invitation got lost in the mail. 6 weeks before the wedding. "Are you kidding me? That's the excuse they're going with." I got up from my couch and started pacing. Mum just called too. Want to hear the best part? "Hit me." She said, and I quote, "Lucille's been so stressed about the seating arrangements. Maybe this is for the best, sweetie. You know how particular she is about everything being perfect." "Perfect?" Andrea's voice rose. "Perfect for who? That stuck-up princess and your golden boy brother?" The doorbell rang, making me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Stuart standing there in his perfectly pressed suit, looking impatient. "Hold on," I whispered to Andrea. "Speaking of the devil." I opened the door, phone still pressed to my ear. Stuart breezed past me without waiting for an invitation, his cologne leaving a wake of expensive sophistication. "I'll call you back," I told Andrea, ending the call. "Mother said you're upset," Stuart announced, inspecting my apartment with his usual air of mild disapproval. "Upset? Why would I be upset that my only brother didn't invite me to his wedding?" He sighed, straightening his already straight tie. "Don't be dramatic, Kylie. Of course you were invited. The invitation must have gotten lost. In the mail. Yeah, I heard." I crossed my arms. "Funny how that keeps happening. Like my college graduation party invitations, or my housewarming. That was different." "How? How was it different, Stuart?" He checked his watch, already done with the conversation. "Look, Lucille has a very specific vision for the wedding. It's going to be the social event of the season. We can't risk any complications." "Complications?" My voice cracked. "Is that what I am to you?" "You know what I mean. Remember Thomas and Sarah's wedding? When you showed up with that woman?" "My girlfriend. Her name was Rachel." "Whatever." He waved his hand dismissively. "The point is, you caused quite a stir." Mother was mortified. I felt my cheeks burn. "That was 5 years ago. And I caused a stir by bringing my date to a wedding. Lucille's family is very traditional. We need to maintain certain appearances." The words hit like slaps. Each one carefully chosen to remind me that I didn't fit their perfect picture. "Get out," I whispered. "Don't be childish. Get out." He straightened his jacket, looking down at me with that familiar mixture of pity and disappointment. Mother wanted me to smooth things over. I tried. "But you're being impossible as usual." As he reached the door, he paused. "Oh, and Kylie. Please don't make a scene about this. It's Lucille's special day." The door clicked shut behind him, and I stood there, trembling with anger and hurt. My phone buzzed again. Another text from my mother. "Stuart said you're being difficult. Please don't ruin this for your brother. You know how important this is for the family." Important for the family? The family that consistently pushed me to the margins, that treated my life, my choices, my very existence as an inconvenience to their carefully curated image. I called Andrea back. "You won't believe what just happened," I said when she answered. "What did that pompous ass want?" "To remind me that I'm a complication." I took a deep breath. "Andrea, remember when you said I should stop letting them walk all over me?" "Yeah?" "I think it's time." My voice steadied as determination replaced hurt. "I'm done being the family disappointment. If they want to exclude me, fine. But they're about to learn that I can do more than just cause a stir." "What are you thinking?" I smiled, an idea taking shape. How much do you know about wedding planning? Not much, she said slowly. But I'm guessing we're about to learn. Oh yes, I replied, already pulling up my laptop. We're about to learn everything there is to know about Stuart and Lucille's perfect day. You're going to need this, Andrea said, sliding a glass of wine across my kitchen counter. I just got off the phone with my cousin who works at the Grand Plaza Hotel. I took a long sip. And? Lucille specifically asked about you when booking the venue. She wanted to make sure you weren't on any pre-approved guest lists from previous family events. The wine turned bitter in my mouth. So it wasn't lost in the mail at all. Not even close. Andrea pulled out her phone. The wedding's costing close to $200,000. Your dear brother and his bride have booked every premium service the hotel offers. I let out a low whistle. Dad must be thrilled about that. Here's the interesting part. Andrea leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. All the vendors are being coordinated through one person, Jessica, at Elite Events. And guess who used to be my roommate in college? A slow smile spread across my face. Jessica from the sorority. The very same. She owes me a few favours. Andrea's fingers flew across her phone screen. Want to grab coffee with her tomorrow? You're evil. I love it. The next morning, we met Jessica at a quiet cafe downtown. She looked exactly as I remembered. Perfectly polished, tablet in hand, radiating efficiency. I shouldn't be showing you this, Jessica said, sliding her tablet across the table. But after what Andrea told me, well, look at the email Lucille sent me last month. I read the message, my hands shaking slightly. Jessica, I need to ensure certain people don't interfere with our special day. Stuart's sister has a history of inappropriate behaviour. Please make sure she's not included in any arrangements. The family will handle any awkward questions. Inappropriate behaviour? Andrea scoffed. You volunteer at animal shelters and teach art to kids on weekends. But I also date women and don't fit their country club image, I replied, still staring at the email. Jessica, how much flexibility do you have with the vendors? She raised an eyebrow. What did you have in mind? Those vendors are expecting a big payday, right? What if they got an even better offer? Kylie? Jessica glanced around nervously. What are you suggesting? I pulled out my own tablet. I've been saving for years, originally for a down payment on a house, but... I turned the screen toward them, showing my bank balance. Andrea's eyes widened. Holy shit! That's substantial, Jessica said carefully. But redirecting vendors could cost me my job. What if it wasn't you? I asked. What if someone else made them a better offer? Someone who happened to know exactly what services were being provided and when. Jessica sat back, a slow smile spreading across her face. You know, I've been thinking about starting my own event planning business. This industry can be so cutthroat. Would be a shame if someone outbid your current employer, Andrea added innocently. A real shame, Jessica agreed. She pulled her tablet back, fingers flying across the screen. Hypothetically, if someone wanted to contact these vendors directly, here's their information. And hypothetically, if someone offered them a 20% premium over their current contracts. My phone buzzed. Mum again. Kylie, Lucille's mother called. She's concerned you might try to cause problems. Please don't embarrass us. I showed the message to Andrea and Jessica. Oh, it's personal now, Andrea declared. Very personal, I agreed, then turned to Jessica. One more thing. Do you know any charities that could use a significant donation and some publicity? Jessica's eyes lit up. Actually, I'm on the board of a children's hospital foundation. They're trying to fund a new cancer treatment wing. Perfect. I finished my coffee. Send me everything. And Jessica? Thank you. Don't thank me, she replied, gathering her things. I was never here. But, she paused, I've seen how Lucille treats her vendors. Let's just say karma's been a long time coming. After Jessica left, Andrea grabbed my arm. Are you sure about this? It's a lot of money. You know what's funny? I said, watching people pass by outside the cafe window. I've spent my whole life trying to earn their approval, saving money to prove I could be as successful as Stuart. But now? I pulled up the children's hospital website on my phone. I can think of better ways to use it. My phone buzzed again. A text from Alec, a family friend. Just heard about the wedding drama. For what it's worth, I think they're being awful. Let me know if you need anything. I showed Andrea the message. Looks like not everyone's on their side. Good, she said firmly. Because after tomorrow there's no going back. I nodded, already drafting emails to the vendors. No going back, I agreed. Just forward, straight through their perfect day. The florist is in, I whispered to Andrea, as we pretended to browse dresses at Bella's bridal. Through the boutique's window, I could see Lucille arriving for her final fitting. How many is that now? Andrea adjusted a price tag, wincing at the number. 4. The florist, the caterer, the band, and the cake designer. I ducked behind a rack of veils as Lucille swept past. They all jumped at the chance to do a charity event instead, especially with the bonus I offered. Mrs. King, the boutique owner's voice carried across the store, and the beautiful bride. Come, come, we have everything ready. I peeked through the dresses, watching my mother fuss over Lucille's train. The sight made my stomach twist. Kylie, Andrea hissed. We should go before... Wait! I held up my hand. Listen. Lucille's voice drifted over. I just feel so terrible about Kylie's invitation getting lost. But maybe it's for the best. I mean, after what happened at the engagement party... What happened at the engagement party? I whispered to Andrea. Nothing. You weren't even invited to that either. My mother's response made my blood boil. You're right, dear. Kylie can be unpredictable. Stuart was wise to handle it this way. A saleswoman approached us. Can I help you find anything? No, we're just... Kylie. A familiar voice cut through the store. Is that you? I turned to find Maria, the cake designer I'd met with yesterday, standing there with a portfolio. My heart stopped. You know each other? The saleswoman asked. Maria's eyes widened slightly as she caught my panic. She glanced at Lucille, then back to me. Oh, from the charity event I'm working on. Kylie's organising a wonderful fundraiser for the Children's Hospital. How lovely! The saleswoman exclaimed. When is it? The same day as my wedding, Lucille cut in, suddenly appearing beside us in her massive white gown. Isn't that right, Kylie? The boutique fell silent. I could feel every eye on me. Is it? I met her gaze steadily. I wouldn't know the date of your wedding, would I? My invitation got lost in the mail. Lucille's perfect smile tightened. Such an unfortunate mistake. But you understand why we couldn't change all our arrangements just to accommodate you. Of course. I smiled back just as tightly. Just like you understand why I made other plans. Ladies, my mother interrupted, anxiety clear in her voice. Perhaps we should... Tell me about this charity event, Lucille pressed, ignoring her. It must be quite something to book Maria. She's one of the most sought-after cake designers in the city. It is quite something, I agreed. Amazing how many people want to support a good cause. Maria clutched her portfolio closer. I should really get back to the kitchen. Kylie, I'll email you those design options we discussed. After she hurried away, Lucille's smile turned predatory. Interesting coincidence. Booking the same vendors we did. Is it? I hadn't noticed. Kylie, my mother warned. No, it's fine, Lucille said smoothly. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding. Just like I'm sure Kylie wouldn't do anything to overshadow our special day. Would you, dear? The way she said dear made my skin crawl. Andrea stepped closer to me, protective. Wouldn't dream of it, I replied. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a meeting with the Children's Hospital Board. Lots of arrangements to make, you understand. As we turned to leave, Lucille called out, Oh, and Kylie, do give my best to Jessica at Elite Events. She's been so helpful with everything. I froze. Andrea grabbed my arm, steering me toward the door. Don't, she muttered. Not here. Outside, I leaned against the building, breathing hard. She knows. She suspects, Andrea corrected. But she can't prove anything. And by the time she does... My phone pinged with a text from Jessica. Lucille just called. She's demanding vendor confirmations. What should I do? Tell her everything's fine, I typed back. Show her whatever she wants to see. Another text arrived, this one from Alec. Heard about the charity event. Need a photographer? I'd love to help. I showed Andrea the message. Think we can trust him? At this point, what do we have to lose? I looked back through the boutique window. Lucille was preening in front of the mirrors while my mother hovered anxiously. The perfect bride. The perfect wedding. The perfect family image. Nothing. I said finally. We have nothing to lose and everything to prove. I texted Alec back. Meet me for coffee tomorrow. I'll tell you everything. Andrea squeezed my shoulder. No turning back now. No, I agreed, watching Lucille twirl in her wedding dress. Now we just watch it all unfold. I don't know if I can do this anymore, I told Alec over coffee. Maybe I'm taking it too far. He lowered his camera, having just shown me samples of his work. What brought this on? Stuart called last night. He actually sounded vulnerable. I stirred my latte absently. Said Dad's been pressuring him about the wedding costs, called it keeping up appearances. And that makes you feel guilty. It makes me wonder if I'm any better than them. Alec leaned forward. Let me tell you what I saw at their engagement party. The one you weren't invited to. I'm listening. Stuart spent the whole night looking miserable. Every time Lucille's family made some snide comment about modern lifestyles, he just nodded along. When your mom started apologising for her unconventional daughter, he stood there silent. My hand tightened around my cup. He could have defended me. Exactly. But he didn't. Neither did your parents. Alec pulled out his phone. Watch this. The video showed Lucille addressing their engagement party guests. We're so blessed to have the perfect family coming together. Well, almost perfect. Laughter rippled through the crowd. But we all make choices, don't we? When was this? Right after your mum mentioned you were teaching art to underprivileged kids. Lucille turned it into a joke about alternative careers. My phone buzzed. Andrea sending updates about the vendors. But before I could check it, Stuart himself walked into the coffee shop. Hide the phone, Alec whispered, smoothly sliding his camera away. Stuart spotted us and frowned. Kylie, what are you doing here? Having coffee. It's a coffee shop. With Alec? His eyes narrowed. Our family's photographer. Former photographer, Alec corrected. I'm branching out. Stuart pulled up a chair uninvited. Look, Kylie, we need to talk about this charity event of yours. What about it? Lucille's upset. She thinks you're trying to steal attention from our wedding. Imagine that, I said flatly. Being upset about someone stealing attention. This isn't a joke. Dad's already stressed about the wedding costs, and now Mother's worried you'll embarrass us again. Again? Alec interjected. When has Kylie ever... Stay out of this, Stuart snapped. Then his voice softened. Kylie, please. Just postpone your event. Do it the following weekend. Why? I met his eyes. Because it might make people talk. Because it might make the family look bad. Because it's my wedding day. It's just another day you didn't want me to be part of. Stuart ran his hands through his hair, a gesture so familiar it hurt. You don't understand the pressure I'm under. Lucille's family, their expectations. No, you don't understand, I cut in. While you've been worried about appearances, I've been living my life. Real life, Stuart. With real people who accept me as I am. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Jessica. Emergency. Lucille's asking questions about the vendor contracts. Need to talk ASAP. Stuart noticed my expression. What's wrong? Nothing, I said quickly. Just work. He stood up, straightening his suit. Whatever you're planning, think about what it will do to the family, to Mum and Dad. After he left, Alec whistled low. Well, that was intense. Wait, I said, staring at my phone. A new message had popped up. From my father's accountant, Robert, who I'd known since childhood. He'd sent a single line. You should know. Your brother's been embezzling from your father's company. Oh my God! I showed Alec the message. That explains the stress about wedding costs, he said. What are you going to do? I thought about Stuart's plea, about family loyalty, about keeping up appearances. Then I thought about years of exclusion, of silent dinners, of lost invitations. I'm going to make a call, I said, standing up. The Children's Hospital Board should know they're about to receive an even larger donation than planned. Kylie. He stole from Dad, Alec. While they were all busy worrying about how I might embarrass them, he was stealing from our father. My phone buzzed again. Andrea. Vendors all confirmed for the switch. No going back now. Good, I typed back. Because I just found out why my brother's so desperate to keep up appearances. I looked at Alec. Still want to photograph my event? He picked up his camera, smiling. Wouldn't miss it for the world. As we left the coffee shop, I spotted Stuart through the window of his parked car, arguing with someone on the phone. His perfect image was already cracking. Soon, it would shatter completely. And for the first time since this all began, I felt absolutely certain about what I was doing. "The string quartet just confirmed the switch," Andrea announced, bursting into my apartment. "And you won't believe who their original booking was through." I looked up from my laptop where I'd been reviewing the hospital donation paperwork. "Who?" "Your mother. She's been secretly coordinating half the vendors behind Lucille's back because she thinks they're not elegant enough." I laughed despite myself. "Of course she has. But here's the real kicker." Andrea dropped onto my couch. "Remember how I've been helping at the children's hospital?" "Yeah? I never told you why." She took a deep breath. "My little sister was treated there before she died. The same wing we're helping fund. That's where she spent her last months." "Andrea," I sat beside her. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I wanted this to be about you standing up for yourself, not about my past." She wiped her eyes. "But when you mentioned the hospital, it felt like, I don't know, like fate or something." A knock at the door interrupted us. Through the peephole, I saw my mother. "Hide everything," I whispered to Andrea, who quickly swept the paperwork into her bag. I opened the door. "Mum?" She brushed past me, perfectly coiffed as always. "We need to talk about this ridiculous charity event." "Good to see you too, Mum." "Don't be smart, Kylie. Do you have any idea what you're doing to your brother? To this family?" Andrea stood up. "I'll give you some privacy." "No, stay!" my mother said sharply, "since you're clearly encouraging this behaviour." "Mum! What? Am I wrong? First you turned my daughter into some kind of rebel, and now—" "I turned myself into someone who stands up for what's right," I interrupted. "And Andrea's been more family to me than any of you." My mother sank into an armchair. "Why are you doing this? Is it attention you want? Money? Because if that's it—" "It's not about money." I thought about Robert's message about Stuart's embezzlement. "Though that's an interesting topic." Something flickered across her face. "What does that mean?" "Nothing." I smiled. "Just thinking about family loyalty, about keeping secrets." She stood abruptly. "Whatever you're planning, stop it. Now, before things get out of hand." "Like they did at the country club last year?" I asked innocently. "When Stuart had to borrow money from Dad's company to cover his gambling debts." My mother went pale. "How did you—" "I have friends too, Mum. Friends who notice things, like where money goes, or doesn't go." "You're blackmailing us?" "No," I said firmly. "I'm done playing family games. I'm doing something good, something meaningful. If that overshadows Stuart's perfect wedding, maybe ask yourself why that bothers you so much. Your father will be devastated. By my charity event? Or by learning what his perfect son's been doing?" She moved to the door, then paused. "You know, I always thought your differences were the biggest threat to this family. I never imagined you'd be cruel." "Cruel?" Andrea spoke up. "Like excluding your daughter from family events? Like letting your son steal from his own father?" "Stay out of this!" "No," I said, standing between them. "She stays. She's my family now. The kind that doesn't need lies or perfect appearances or stolen money to stick together." My mother's hand trembled on the doorknob. "You'll regret this." After she left, Andrea hugged me tight. "You okay?" My phone buzzed, a text from Alec. "Just got hired as your brother's wedding photographer. Lucille's regular guy dropped out. Want me to keep an eye on things?" "Perfect," I texted back. Another message popped up, this one from Robert. "Your father's starting to ask questions about the accounts. What do you want me to do?" I showed Andrea both messages. "Think we should tell Dad everything?" "Not yet," she said thoughtfully. "Let them sweat a little longer. Besides..." She pulled out the hospital paperwork again. "We have a charity event to finish planning." I nodded, looking at the guest list we'd compiled. Prominent community members, local media, hospital board members, people who could make a real difference. "You know what the best part is?" I said, adding another name to the list. "They're so worried about appearances, they won't dare try to stop this. Not without exposing everything." "Karma's a beautiful thing," Andrea agreed. My phone buzzed one final time. Jessica. "Lucille's getting suspicious about the vendor contracts. She's called an emergency meeting for tomorrow." I thought about my mother's pale face, about Stuart's desperation, about Lucille's perfect wedding slowly unravelling. "Let her meet," I typed back. It's too late to stop it now. 3 days until the wedding. 3 days until everything changed. And for once, I couldn't wait for my family to see me clearly. They're starting to arrive, Alec texted, sending a photo of guests filing into the church. Your brother looks like he's about to throw up. I sat in my parked car across the street, watching the scene unfold. Andrea squeezed my hand. Ready? Almost. I checked my phone again. The children's hospital director had just confirmed everything was set up at their venue, the same place where Stuart and Lucille's reception was supposed to be. Kylie, Andrea pointed. Look! My father was helping my mother up the church steps. She kept glancing around nervously, probably hoping I wouldn't show up to make a scene. Your dad really has no idea, does he? Andrea asked softly. None. I watched him straighten his tie, smiling at guests. He thinks everything's perfect. My phone rang, Lucille's number. After 4 rings, I answered. Where are they? Her voice was sharp, controlled panic evident beneath the surface. Where are what? Don't play games. The reception hall is empty. No flowers, no catering, no music set up, nothing. I checked my watch. Oh, that's strange. Have you called Elite Events? Jessica's not answering. None of the vendors are answering. She lowered her voice. I know this is you. I know you did something. Me? I'm just planning a charity event, remember? Listen, you little... She cut off as someone approached her. I could hear Stuart's voice in the background. Everything okay, honey? Fine, she said tightly. Everything's fine. I hung up as Alex sent another text. Lucille's mother just arrived. She's asking about the reception details. Showtime, Andrea said. I started the car. Let's go check on our event. At the children's hospital venue, the same luxury hotel where Stuart's reception was supposed to be, everything was perfect. Flowers filled the grand ballroom, tables were elegantly set, and the string quartet was warming up. The hospital director, Dr. Sarah, rushed over. Kylie, the media's already here. They're so excited about the donation. How much did you end up raising? Andrea asked. With Kylie's contribution and the match donations, Dr. Sarah beamed. Enough to fund the entire new wing. My phone buzzed continuously. Messages from my mother, from Stuart, from Lucille. I ignored them all. Alex says the ceremony's ending, Andrea reported, checking her own phone. Should we expect company? Oh, they'll come, I said. They have to. All their guests are about to show up here. Right on cue, my phone rang. My father. Hi, Dad. Kylie, what's going on? The reception venue? They're saying everything was redirected to some charity event. That's right. A pause. Why would you do this? Why don't you ask Stuart about the company accounts? About where your money's really been going? Silence then. What are you talking about? Check your email, Dad. Robert sent you everything an hour ago. Bank statements, transfers, all of it. I could hear him breathing, processing. Is this true? Yes. And maybe next time you want to talk about family loyalty, remember who actually betrayed it. More silence. Then, where are you? At the Grand Plaza Hotel, where Stuart's reception was supposed to be. Come see what your money's really funding instead. I hung up as the first of Stuart's confused wedding guests began arriving. They found not a wedding reception, but a charity gala in full swing, with local news cameras capturing everything. Kylie! Lucille's voice cut through the crowd. She stood in the doorway, still in her wedding dress, Stuart beside her, looking ashen. My parents were right behind them. Welcome to the Children's Hospital benefit, I said loudly, clearly. Since you're all dressed up anyway, why not support a good cause? You ruined everything, Lucille seethed, stepping forward. No, my father's voice rang out. Stuart did that. He held up his phone, displaying Robert's email. Want to explain this, son? Stuart's face went from white to green. Dad, I can explain. The same way you can explain excluding your sister? Or lying to me about where my money was going? My father's voice shook. I trusted you. Guests were staring now, whispers spreading through the crowd. Lucille backed away from Stuart, her perfect day crumbling around her. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sarah called out, taking control of the situation. Welcome to our fundraiser. Please enjoy the celebration. Your presence here today will help save children's lives. As the crowd slowly dispersed into the venue, I caught my mother's eye. For the first time in my life, she looked at me not with disappointment, but with something like respect. And suddenly, standing there amid the chaos I'd created, I felt more like family than I ever had before. "How dare you!" Lucille advanced toward me, her wedding dress rustling. "This was supposed to be my perfect day." Perfect? I looked around the transformed ballroom. I'd say it's better than perfect. We've already raised over $500,000 for sick children. "You planned this all along," Stuart accused, his face still ashen. "The lost invitation, the charity event." "Lost invitation?" my father interrupted. "What lost invitation?" Andrea stepped forward. "They deliberately excluded Kylie from the wedding, just like they've excluded her from everything else." "Is this true?" My father turned to my mother, who couldn't meet his eyes. "We thought it would be simpler," she whispered. "Simpler?" He looked around at the gathered crowd, the news cameras, the hospital staff. "Like how Stuart made our money disappear? Was that simpler too?" Lucille whirled on Stuart. "What is he talking about?" "I can explain," Stuart started. But Dr. Sarah chose that moment to approach with a news reporter. "Kylie, would you like to say a few words about your generous donation? The cameras are ready." "Don't you dare!" Lucille hissed. I smiled directly at her. "Actually, I'd love to." I turned to the reporter. "This event is dedicated to my family. They taught me everything about the importance of appearances, about keeping up with expectations. So when I discovered my brother had been embezzling from our father's company to fund his lavish lifestyle, I knew exactly what to do with my savings." The reporter's eyes widened. Stuart lunged forward, but my father caught his arm. "Not here," he warned. "You've done enough damage." "I'd like to thank all the wedding guests for coming," I continued into the microphone. "Your presence here today will help build a new cancer treatment wing for children who need it most. Sometimes the best celebrations aren't about perfect dresses or fancy receptions. Sometimes they're about doing what's right." Applause broke out across the ballroom. I caught Alex snapping photos of everything. Stuart's crumbling expression, Lucille's fury, my mother's dawning realization. "You've ruined us," Lucille spat, yanking off her veil. "All our friends, our family." "No," my father cut in. "You and Stuart did that yourselves." He turned to the crowd. "As the unknowing sponsor of what was supposed to be today's wedding, I'm proud to redirect those funds to this worthy cause. And to my daughter Kylie, I'm sorry. I've been blind for too long." More applause. Andrea squeezed my hand as tears threatened. "Dad," Stuart pleaded, please." "The police will be here soon," my father said quietly. "I've already called them." Lucille backed away from Stuart. "The police? What exactly did you do?" "What he always does," I answered. "Whatever it takes to keep up appearances. Right, brother?" Stuart's face contorted. "You self-righteous little." He started toward me, but Alex stepped between us. "Smile for the camera," Alex said, snapping a photo of Stuart's rage. The ballroom doors opened again. 2 police officers entered, followed by Robert clutching a folder of documents. "Mr. King," one officer asked my father, "we need to speak with your son." As they led Stuart away, Lucille turned to my mother. "Do something." But my mother was watching me, really seeing me perhaps for the first time. "I think enough has been done," she said softly, "by all of us." Dr. Sarah clinked a glass, drawing everyone's attention. "If I could have your attention, please. We'd like to unveil the name of our new treatment wing." She pulled a cord, revealing a placard. "The King Family Healing Centre, where every child matters." "I hope you don't mind," she said to my father. "Kylie insisted the donation be in the family name." My father's eyes welled up. "It's perfect." "Perfect?" Lucille laughed hysterically. "This is what you call perfect? My wedding is ruined, my fiancé is being arrested, and you're all acting like she's some kind of hero." "Not a hero," Andrea said. "Just someone who finally stood up to bullies." Lucille stormed out, her wedding dress trailing behind her. Through the windows, we could see Stuart being placed in a police car. "Kylie?" My mother touched my arm. "I don't know what to say." "Don't say anything," I replied. "Just do better. We all can." The string quartet began to play. Hospital staff mingled with wedding guests. Somewhere in the crowd, I heard Alec explaining to the reporter how he'd documented everything. "Was it worth it?" Andrea asked quietly. "Using your house savings like this?" I watched my father talking animatedly with Dr. Sarah about the new wing's plans. Watched my mother finally speaking up to defend me to Lucille's shocked parents. "Look around," I said. "Some things are worth more than houses." The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, catching the donation total displayed on the giant screen. $527,000 and climbing. Perfect. "Ready?" Andrea held open the door to the children's hospital. "Almost as ready as I was for Stuart's sentencing last week," I replied, following her inside. The new wing gleamed with fresh paint and possibility. Dr. Sarah met us in the lobby, beaming. "The first patients move in tomorrow. Want to see what your revenge built?" As we toured the facility, my phone buzzed. A message from my mother. "Are you still coming to dinner tonight? I made your favourite lasagna." "She's really trying, isn't she?" Andrea peeked at the message. "Baby steps." I typed back a quick yes. We passed a playroom filled with art supplies, my personal addition to the wing's design. Through the window, I could see Alec setting up photography equipment. "What's he doing here?" I asked Dr. Sarah. "Documenting everything for the hospital newsletter. His photos from the fundraiser made quite an impression on our board." My phone buzzed again. Lucille. "I know you won't believe me, but thank you. Finding out who Stuart really was before the marriage. Well, just thank you." "Speaking of impressions," Andrea nodded toward the message. "That's unexpected." We reached the final room, a sunny corner space with a perfect view of the city. A small plaque beside the door caught my eye. "The Rachel Memorial Room." I turned to Andrea. "Rachel? As in, your ex-girlfriend Rachel," she confirmed. "The one they wouldn't let you bring to Thomas and Sarah's wedding. Her sister was treated here before she passed away. When I found out, I asked Dr. Sarah if we could name a room in her honour." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you needed to do this for yourself, not for anyone else. But now," she gestured around, "look what your strength built." My father's voice came from behind us. "She's right, you know." I spun around. "Dad? What are you doing here?" "Robert and I just finished setting up the hospital's new financial oversight committee." He looked around the room. "Seems fitting, doesn't it? Using money to heal instead of hide." Dr. Sarah excused herself, leaving us alone. "Have you heard from Stuart?" I asked. "His lawyer says he's accepting the plea deal." Dad straightened a picture on the wall, a child's drawing of a rainbow. 3 years plus restitution. Your mother's taking it hard. And you? I'm proud of you," he said simply. "It took losing one child to make me see the one I'd been overlooking all along." Andrea wiped her eyes. "I should go help Alec with the equipment." After she left, my father turned to me. "About the house you were saving for." "Dad, don't—" "Let me finish. Your mother and I want you to have the lake house, the one you loved as a kid." I stared at him. "But that's your retirement plan." "Plans change. People change," he smiled. "Sometimes it takes a spectacular act of revenge to make them see clearly." My phone buzzed again. A message from Jessica. "Elite Events is officially mine now. The old company couldn't survive the scandal. Having lunch with Lucille next week. Turns out she's actually decent when she's not trying to be perfect." "Karma's funny that way," I showed Dad the message. Speaking of karma, he pulled out his phone, showing me a local news article. "Local wedding scandal leads to record-breaking hospital fundraiser." They're still writing about it. People love a good redemption story, even if it comes with a side of revenge. Through the window, I could see Andrea directing Alec as he photographed children's artwork being hung in the hallway. My phone lit up with another text from my mother, this one with a photo of her infamous lasagna. "You know what the best revenge turned out to be?" I asked Dad. "What's that?" "Finally being seen. Really seen." He hugged me, something he hadn't done in years. "I see you now. We all do." My phone buzzed one final time. A message from Dr. Sarah to all donors. "First patient arrives tomorrow. 7-year-old girl, responding well to treatment. Your generosity made this possible." I looked around the room that bore Rachel's name, thought about all the children who would find healing here, about Andrea's sister, about family, both born and chosen. "Ready for dinner?" Dad asked. "Your mother's probably already setting the table." "Actually," I smiled, "I have a better idea. Why don't we bring dinner here tomorrow? Welcome the first patient together?" He nodded, understanding. Perfect. And it was perfect, not in the way Stuart and Lucille had planned their wedding to be, but in the way that truth, justice, and real love eventually find their way to the surface. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying something. Sometimes it's about building something better in its place.
I knew something was wrong the second I logged into my bank account. My stomach dropped as I stared at the screen, the numbers blurring before my eyes. 3 charges I didn't recognize. $1 to $49 at Nordstrom, $8 to $79 at Apple, and $2,340 at some jewelry store I'd never heard of. What the actual fuck? I whispered to my empty apartment. I blinked hard, hoping the transactions would disappear. They didn't. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through the rest of my statement, finding 5 more charges I hadn't made. Over $7,000 gone in 2 days. I called the bank immediately, my voice shaking as I explained the situation to the representative. She asked me the standard questions. Do you still have your card? Has anyone had access to your personal information recently? Yes, I have my card, I said, pulling it from my wallet to confirm. And no, I don't think... I stopped mid-sentence as a terrible thought crossed my mind. Zoe, last weekend, my apartment. We'd had wine while watching movies. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, and she'd stayed over. She knew where I kept important documents. She knew my habits, my passwords, everything. We'd been best friends for 12 years. Ma'am, are you still there? Yes, sorry, I said, my mouth suddenly dry. I need to check something. Can I call you back? I hung up and immediately texted Zoe. Need to talk. Emergency. Call me ASAP. While waiting, I paced my living room trying to calm my racing heart. This couldn't be happening. Not Zoe. There had to be another explanation. My phone buzzed with a text. In a meeting. What's up? I typed back. Someone used my credit card. $7,000 gone. Need to talk now. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, then reappeared. Finally, that's terrible. Call the bank? The casual response made my skin prickle. No shock, no outrage, no offer to call me right away. I called her, straight to voicemail. Fuck. I threw my phone onto the couch and collapsed beside it, my head in my hands. I needed proof before I accused my best friend of stealing from me. I opened my laptop and logged into my email, searching for the credit card alerts I'd ignored yesterday. There they were, purchase confirmations sent directly to my email. I checked the IP address information in the email headers. The purchases were made from a location in Bellevue, where Zoe lived. My phone rang. Susan from work. Hey, Kaya, she said when I answered. Are you okay? You never miss team meetings. The meeting, I'd completely forgotten. I'm sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm dealing with something personal. Anything I can help with? I hesitated. Susan was a friend, but not someone I usually shared personal problems with. My credit card was stolen, I said finally. Someone charged thousands of dollars. That's awful. Do you know who did it? I have a suspicion, I said carefully, but I need to be sure before I do anything. Well, let me know if you need anything. The team misses you. After hanging up, I sat motionless, staring at the wall. The betrayal felt physical, like a knife between my ribs. 12 years of friendship. Countless secrets shared. Holidays spent together when neither of us could go home. Zoe had held me when I cried through my divorce from Heath last year. Heath. I grabbed my phone and opened Instagram. I hadn't checked his profile in months, part of my healing process. His most recent post was from 3 days ago, a sunset photo at a restaurant I didn't recognize. I scrolled through the comments. Beautiful view, babe. Can't wait for tomorrow. The comment was from Zoe, posted 2 days ago. My vision blurred as tears filled my eyes. I clicked on Zoe's profile, which showed no recent activity. She was always careful about what she posted, but her tagged photos told a different story. There she was, in a photo posted by a mutual friend last week. In the background, barely visible but unmistakable, Zoe and Heath. his arm around her waist, her head on his shoulder. The room spun around me, my best friend and my ex-husband, the two people I had trusted most in the world. I ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left but bitter bile. Leaning against the cold tile wall, I tried to breathe through the panic and betrayal crushing my chest. My phone buzzed with a text from Zoe. "Sorry, crazy day. Dinner tonight? We can talk about your card issue." I stared at her message, rage replacing shock. She wanted to have dinner? Act normal? After stealing my money and sleeping with my ex? I stood up, splashed cold water on my face, and looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were red, my face pale, but something else was there too, a hardness I hadn't seen before. "Enough," I whispered to my reflection. I texted back, "Perfect. Your place at 7. I'll bring wine." Tonight, I would look her in the eye. Tonight, I would hear her admit what she'd done, and then I would decide exactly how to make her pay. I spent the afternoon in a fog of rage, methodically gathering evidence, screenshots of the credit card charges, copies of the email confirmations, photos from social media showing Zoe and Heath together. I organized everything in a folder on my phone, ready to confront her with proof she couldn't deny. By 6:30, I was parked outside Zoe's condo building, rehearsing what I would say. The bottle of wine sat in the passenger seat, her favorite Cabernet that we'd discovered together on a weekend trip to Napa 3 years ago, back when I thought I knew who she was. My phone buzzed with a text from Susan. "How are you holding up?" I typed back, about to confront the person who stole my card. "Wish me luck." Her response came quickly. "Be careful. Want me to call in 30 mins with an emergency if you need an exit?" I smiled despite everything. "Yes, please. Thanks." At exactly 7, I knocked on Zoe's door, my heart hammering against my ribs. She opened it wearing an outfit I'd never seen before, a silky emerald blouse that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. Probably bought with my money. "Kaya!" She hugged me like nothing was wrong. "Come in. I ordered Thai food." Her apartment looked different. New artwork on the walls. A designer lamp I recognized from a store we'd browsed together last month. I'd commented on loving it, but couldn't justify the $600 price tag. "Love what you've done with the place," I said, my voice carefully neutral as I handed her the wine. "Oh, thanks," she beamed, taking the bottle. "Just a few little upgrades. Life's too short not to surround yourself with beautiful things, right?" I nodded, swallowing the acid rising in my throat. "Right." We moved to her kitchen where she opened the wine and poured 2 glasses. The familiar routine felt surreal now, like watching actors perform a play about our friendship. "So tell me about this credit card nightmare," she said, leaning against her new marble countertop. "Did you call the bank?" I took a sip of wine, watching her over the rim of my glass. "I did. They're investigating." "Good. Any idea who did it?" The audacity nearly took my breath away. I set my glass down carefully. "Actually, yes." I pulled out my phone. The purchases were made from an IP address in Bellevue, specifically from this neighborhood. Her expression flickered, just for a second, before she composed herself. "That's crazy. Maybe someone was using public Wi-Fi nearby?" Maybe. I scrolled through my phone. But then I noticed something else interesting. The items purchased? They're things I've seen recently. I turned my phone toward her, showing a receipt for the lamp currently illuminating her living room. Her face paled. "Kaya, I can explain." "Can you also explain this?" I swiped to the photo of her with Heath. "Or were you planning to tell me about that too?" She set her wine glass down hard, red liquid sloshing onto the counter. "You're spying on me now?" "Spying? It was on Instagram, Zoe. You didn't even try to hide it." "Heath and I, it just happened." She crossed her arms defensively. After you two split up? We've been divorced for 10 months, I cut in. How long have you been seeing him? She looked away. 8 months. The timeline hit me like a physical blow. 8. You were consoling me about my divorce while secretly dating him? It wasn't like that. Her voice rose. You were so wrapped up in your own misery you couldn't see anything else. Do you know what it's like being your friend? Always in your shadow, always the sidekick? I stared at her, speechless. You had everything, she continued, her words tumbling out faster. The perfect job, the perfect husband, the perfect life, and you took it all for granted. So you stole from me? Started sleeping with my ex-husband behind my back? That's your justification? I borrowed the money, she said, her voice smaller now. I was going to pay you back. With what? Heath's money? The pieces suddenly connected. Is that why you're with him? For his money? Her expression hardened. Don't act so superior. You married him for the same reason. I married him because I loved him. And look how that turned out. She smirked. He wasn't happy with you, Kaya. He is with me. Something inside me snapped. I grabbed my phone and started forwarding the evidence to myself, to Susan, to the police department's fraud email. What are you doing? Alarm crept into her voice. Ensuring you can't delete this evidence. I looked up at her. You're going to return everything you bought with my money, or I'm pressing charges. She laughed, but it sounded hollow. Go ahead. It's your word against mine. Who do you think people will believe? The bitter divorcee or the woman who's finally happy? My phone rang. Susan's promised emergency call. I ignored it. You know what your problem is, Zoe? You think you won, but you just showed me exactly who you are. I picked up my purse. Keep the stuff. Keep Heath. It'll cost me less in the long run than keeping you in my life ever did. Her face contorted with anger. You think you're so much better than me? You have no idea what I'm capable of. I paused at the door. Actually, that's the one thing I finally understand perfectly. Walking to my car, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I opened it to find a photo of Heath and Zoe at what looked like a party, champagne glasses raised in a toast. The caption made my blood freeze. Celebrating our engagement. Can't wait to tell the world. I leaned against my car, my legs suddenly weak. This wasn't just betrayal. This was war, and I was woefully unprepared. I didn't sleep that night. The engagement photo haunted me. Their smiling faces, the diamond ring visible on Zoe's finger. My ring. The one Heath had given me 4 years ago. The one I'd returned during our divorce settlement. By morning, I'd moved from shock to calculation. I needed help from someone who understood the digital world better than I did. Someone who could help me figure out exactly what Zoe had access to and how to protect myself from whatever she was planning next. I texted Vada, my old college roommate who now worked in cybersecurity. Need your expertise. Personal emergency. Can we meet today? Her response came within minutes. Coffee at Analog on 5th, noon. I spent the morning at the bank, closing accounts and opening new ones. The fraud department representative looked at me with pity when I explained that my best friend had stolen my card information. Unfortunately, we see this kind of thing all the time, she said. The people closest to us often have the easiest access. By noon, I was sitting across from Vada in the back corner of the coffee shop. She hadn't changed much since college. Still rocked the undercut hairstyle, still wore all black, still had that intense gaze that made you feel like she could see right through you. You look like shit, she said by way of greeting. Thanks, it's been a rough couple of days. I explained everything, the credit card theft, Zoe and Heath's relationship, the engagement announcement. Vada listened without interrupting, occasionally typing notes on her laptop. When I finished, she pushed her glasses up her nose and leaned forward. First, we need to figure out exactly what she has access to. Email accounts, social media, banking, cloud storage, everything. Then we change all passwords and set up two-factor authentication. She paused. But that's just defense. What do you actually want to do about this? I hesitated. I want justice. I want her to face consequences. Legal consequences or personal ones? The question caught me off guard. What do you mean? Do you want to press charges for the fraud, which might be difficult to prove without a confession? Or do you want to expose her to your social circle? Or do you want something else entirely? Her eyes narrowed. I need to know where the line is, Kaya. I stared into my coffee. I don't know yet, but I need information first. I need to know what else she's been doing, what else she's planning. Vada nodded. That I can help with. Let's start with a deep dive on her digital footprint. For the next hour, she showed me how to secure my accounts and helped me set up monitoring for any suspicious activity. Then she started digging into Zoe's online presence. She's careful, Vada muttered, scrolling through data. Private accounts, minimal digital trail, but everyone leaves traces. My phone buzzed with a text from Susan. Hey, everything okay? You seemed upset yesterday. I'd forgotten to follow up with her after her emergency call. I typed back, not really. Zoe stole my credit card info and is engaged to Heath. 3 dots appeared immediately, then, what? Coming over tonight. No arguments. Wine and takeout on me. I smiled weakly. At least I still had one friend I could trust. Found something, Vada said suddenly. Zoe's been searching for information on your parents. My head snapped up. My parents? Why? Hard to say, but she's looked up property records for their house, your dad's retirement information, and your mom's medical history. A cold feeling spread through my chest. My mom's medical history? How is that even possible? If she had access to your accounts, she might have found medical proxy information or insurance details. Vada looked troubled. When did you last talk to your parents? Last week. They're in Arizona for the winter. I pulled out my phone and called my mom, trying to keep my voice casual as I asked if anyone had contacted them recently. Actually, yes, Mom said. Zoe called yesterday. She was so sweet checking in on my arthritis. She mentioned you've been under a lot of stress at work and might not be thinking clearly. My hand tightened around the phone. What else did she say? Just that we shouldn't worry if you say anything unusual. She said you've been working too hard and having some episodes. The manipulation was so calculated it made me dizzy. Mom, listen to me. Zoe and I aren't friends anymore. She stole from me. Don't share any information with her, okay? Silence then. Honey, are you sure you're all right? Zoe said you might say something like this. I'm fine, Mom. I promise. Just be careful with Zoe. After hanging up, I looked at Vada, my hands shaking. She's trying to isolate me, make people think I'm unstable. Vada's expression darkened. Classic gaslighting. She's getting ahead of you, controlling the narrative. What do I do? You need leverage. Vada turned her laptop toward me. And I think I found some. 3 years ago, Zoe worked at Meridian Financial. She left suddenly, no explanation, but I found forum posts from that time suggesting an employee was fired for accessing client information inappropriately. You think that was Zoe? Worth investigating. If she has a history of this behavior, it changes everything. Vada closed her laptop. But Kaya, be careful. This isn't just about credit card fraud anymore. She's actively trying to undermine your credibility. I nodded, a new determination settling over me. I need to talk to someone from Meridian. I can help with that too. Vada pulled out her phone. My client list includes people from most major financial institutions in the city. As she scrolled through contacts, I realized something that changed everything. I wasn't just fighting to recover what I'd lost. I was fighting for my reputation, my relationships, my future. And for the first time since this began, I understood that playing defense wasn't enough. To beat Zoe at her own game, I needed to become something I'd never been before. A hunter. Susan arrived at my apartment that evening with Thai food, 2 bottles of wine, and a fierce protectiveness that made me want to cry with relief. We sat on my couch as I showed her everything I'd discovered with Vada. "This is insane," Susan said, refilling our glasses. "I always thought Zoe was a bit much, but this is next-level psycho." "I keep trying to understand why," I said, pushing my food around my plate. "We've been friends for so long. Some people can't stand to see others happy." Susan took a sip of wine. "Remember when you got that promotion last year? Zoe barely acknowledged it." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "At your celebration dinner, you were so excited, and she kept changing the subject to her dating problems." Susan shrugged. "I noticed, but I didn't say anything. Didn't seem worth mentioning." The memory resurfaced, Zoe's tight smile as everyone toasted my success, her constant interruptions. I'd attributed it to her having a bad day. "There were other times too," Susan continued. "When you bought your car, when you and Heath got engaged, she always seemed to have a crisis that needed attention whenever something good happened to you." My phone buzzed. A text from my colleague Marcus. "Hey, just checking in. Heard you're going through some personal stuff. If you need more time off, let me know." I stared at the message. I hadn't told anyone at work except Susan about my situation. "What the hell?" I showed Susan the text. "That's weird. Who would have—" She stopped, her eyes widening. "Zoe knows Marcus's wife from yoga, doesn't she?" My stomach dropped. "Yes, they're in the same class." I called Marcus immediately, asking what he'd heard. "Just that you're dealing with some emotional health issues," he said awkwardly. "Tara mentioned it after talking to Zoe yesterday. Said we should give you space." "Marcus, that's not true. Someone stole my identity and is spreading rumors about me." Silence then. "Shit, really? That's terrible." After hanging up, I turned to Susan, my hands shaking with anger. "She's poisoning everyone against me, making me look unstable so no one will believe me when I tell them what she did." "We need to get ahead of this," Susan said. "What did Vada say about Meridian Financial?" "She's setting up a meeting with someone who worked there when Zoe did." I checked my watch. "Tomorrow morning." "Good. In the meantime, maybe we should reach out to people before Zoe gets to them." Susan pulled out her phone. "I can help." We spent the next hour making calls and sending texts to friends and colleagues, briefly explaining that I was dealing with identity theft and that any concerning rumors were related to that situation. Most people were supportive, though a few responses were awkwardly non-committal. By midnight, Susan had fallen asleep on my couch. I covered her with a blanket and went to my bedroom, exhausted but too wired to sleep. I scrolled through old photos of Zoe and me, trying to pinpoint when things had changed. There we were at her 30th birthday, arms around each other, laughing. At my wedding, her maid of honor speech bringing tears to everyone's eyes. Hiking in the Olympics last summer, posing at the summit. Had she hated me through all of it? Had our entire friendship been a performance? My phone buzzed with a text from Heath. "We need to talk. Coffee tomorrow?" I stared at his message, my first direct contact with him in months. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but another part needed answers. Fine. Cafe Vita on Pike, 7 a.m. I barely slept, and by 6:45, I was already at the coffee shop, nursing an Americano and rehearsing what I would say. When Heath walked in, the familiar sight of him hit me harder than expected. His purposeful stride, the way he ran his hand through his hair when he was nervous. He sat across from me, looking uncomfortable. "Thanks for meeting me." "What do you want, Heath?" He sighed. "Zoe told me about your accusations. Kaya, if you're struggling, there are people who can help." "Stop." I held up my hand. "I'm not struggling. Zoe stole my credit card information and made thousands in purchases. That's a fact." "She showed me the receipts," he countered. "She bought those things with her own money." "Did she show you the IP address information? The email confirmation sent to my account?" I leaned forward. "Did she tell you she's been researching my parents and telling people I'm having a mental breakdown?" Doubt flickered across his face. "Why would she do that?" "You tell me. You're the one marrying her." His eyes widened slightly. "How did you know about that? We haven't announced it yet." "She sent me a photo of your engagement celebration." "What? No, she wouldn't." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through messages. "She knows I wanted to tell you myself, in person. That's why I'm here." I laughed bitterly. "How considerate of you." "Kaya, listen." He lowered his voice. "Things with Zoe happened fast. I never meant to hurt you. Yet, here we are." I stood up. "Congratulations on your engagement. I hope you've protected your financial information better than I did." As I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" I looked pointedly at his hand until he released me. "Ask Zoe about Meridian Financial. Ask her why she really left." His expression changed. "What do you know about that?" "Not enough. Yet." I shouldered my bag. "But I will soon." Walking out, I felt my phone buzz with a notification. An email from Vada with the subject line, "Found something big." I opened it to find documents from Meridian Financial's HR department. Confidential termination papers for Zoe, citing unauthorized access to client accounts and misappropriation of funds. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a surge of something like hope. This wasn't just my word against hers anymore. This was evidence of a pattern, and patterns were something I understood very well. Vada's contact at Meridian Financial was a woman named Elise, who agreed to meet me at a quiet bar downtown after work. I arrived early, choosing a booth in the back where we wouldn't be overheard. The termination documents Vada had sent were burning a hole in my bag. I needed to understand exactly what Zoe had done. Elise arrived precisely at 6, her crisp pantsuit and alert eyes marking her as someone who didn't waste time. After ordering drinks, she got straight to the point. "I shouldn't be talking to you about this," she said, her voice low. But what Zoe did at Meridian wasn't just unethical. It was predatory. "What exactly happened?" I asked. Elise took a sip of her martini. She worked in client relations, had access to financial profiles, contact information, the works. We started noticing a pattern. Wealthy clients, especially recent divorcees or widows, would suddenly change their investment strategies after meeting with her. She was stealing from them? Not directly. She'd build relationships with vulnerable clients, gain their trust, then convince them to move money into special investment opportunities. These were real investments, but with hidden referral fees that went to her through a complicated chain. My stomach tightened. Was she caught? Eventually. One client's son was a financial analyst. He reviewed his mother's portfolio and spotted the irregularities. Elise's expression hardened. When confronted, Zoe tried to paint the client as confused and unstable. "Sound familiar?" I nodded, my throat dry. "What happened to her?" "We fired her, but the client didn't want publicity. No charges were filed." Elise leaned forward. "Here's what you need to understand. Zoe doesn't just want money. She wants to be the person who has everything: status, admiration, control, and she'll target anyone who has what she wants. Like me, I said quietly. Like you. Elise checked her watch. I have to go, but there's something else you should know. After she was fired, 3 more clients came forward with similar stories. One lost over $200,000. As Elise left, I sat alone, processing what I'd learned. This wasn't just about my credit card or even Heath. Zoe was systematically dismantling my life because she wanted it for herself. My phone buzzed with a text from Susan. Emergency at work. Client server crashed. Might need your help remotely. I texted back that I'd be available, then ordered another drink. As I waited, a man approached my table. Kaya, I thought that was you. I looked up to see Fabian, one of Zoe's friends from her yoga studio. We'd met a few times at parties, but I barely knew him. Mind if I join you? He asked. Just for a minute. I hesitated, then gestured to the seat across from me. Sure. He sat down, looking uncomfortable. I overheard Zoe talking about you yesterday at the studio. The things she was saying, they didn't sound right. My guard went up immediately. What kind of things? That you've been harassing her, that you're obsessed with her relationship with Heath and making up stories about her. He fidgeted with a napkin. But the way she was talking, it reminded me of how she talked about her former boss after she left that financial company. I studied his face, looking for signs of deception. Why are you telling me this? He sighed. Because she did the same thing to me last year. We dated briefly. When I ended it, she told everyone I'd stalked her, that I was dangerous. I lost friends, got uninvited from social events. Eventually, I had to find a new yoga studio, new hangouts. Why did you go back to her circle? She reached out 6 months later, said she'd exaggerated because she was hurt, apologized. I believed her. He shook his head. But seeing her do it again to you? I had to say something. Do you have any proof of what she did to you? Some texts, emails. He pulled out his phone. I saved everything after things went bad. As he showed me the messages, I felt a strange mix of validation and dread. The patterns were identical: Zoe's manipulation, gaslighting, the careful construction of a narrative that made her the victim. She's engaged to my ex-husband now, I said. Fabian's eyes widened. Heath, the entrepreneur guy? I nodded. That explains the sudden interest in investment properties. At my confused look, he continued. She's been asking me about real estate lately. I'm a commercial broker. She said she and her fiancé are looking to diversify their portfolio. A cold feeling spread through my chest. When did this start? About 2 weeks ago, right after she got engaged. He pulled up an email on his phone. She was particularly interested in this property that's in pre-foreclosure. Owners going through a messy divorce, needs to liquidate quickly. I looked at the email and froze. The property was my parents' winter condo in Arizona, the one they'd put in my name for estate planning purposes years ago. This is my property, I whispered. What? But Zoe said it belonged to an investment group that's dissolving. My hands shook as I pulled up my own email, finding the foreclosure notice I'd dismissed as spam last week. It was real. Somehow Zoe had initiated foreclosure proceedings on my parents' condo. I need to go, I said, gathering my things. Thank you for telling me this. Outside, I called my lawyer, explaining the situation in a rush. He promised to look into it immediately, but warned me that stopping a foreclosure already in progress was complicated. As I hung up, a text came through from an unknown number. Back off or your parents lose everything. Last warning. I stared at the message, my fear transforming into something harder, colder. Zoe wasn't just trying to take my identity or my ex-husband. She was going after my family. The time for defensive moves was over. If Zoe wanted war, I would give her one, and I would make damn sure she regretted ever making me her enemy. The next morning, I met with my lawyer, Michael, in his downtown office. The walls were lined with law books that probably hadn't been opened in years, but the intimidating atmosphere felt appropriate for the conversation we needed to have. "I've reviewed the foreclosure documents," he said, sliding a folder across his desk. "They appear legitimate on the surface. Someone used your digital signature to initiate the process. Can you stop it?" "Yes, but it will take time and money." He named a figure that made me wince. "The bigger concern is how this happened at all. Your digital signature requires your authentication." "Zoe had access to my accounts," I explained. "She must have found the property documents when she went through my files." Michael leaned back in his chair. "Kaya, this goes beyond civil fraud. This is criminal identity theft, wire fraud, possibly even elder abuse since it involves your parents' retirement property. You need to go to the police." "I've tried. They took a report about the credit card fraud, but said it was he said, she said, without more evidence." I rubbed my temples. "And now Zoe's convinced half the people in my life that I'm having some kind of breakdown. Then we need to build an airtight case." He pulled out a legal pad. "Let's start with everyone who can corroborate your story." By the time I left Michael's office, we had a plan. Gather statements from Vada, Elise, Fabian, and anyone else who could verify Zoe's pattern of behavior. Document everything. Prepare for both criminal charges and a civil lawsuit. As I walked to my car, my phone rang. "Heath." "What do you want?" I answered. "We need to talk, in person." His voice sounded strained. "It's important. I'm busy trying to save my parents' retirement home from the foreclosure your fiancé initiated." Silence then. "What are you talking about?" "Ask Zoe. She used my digital signature to start foreclosure proceedings on my parents' condo in Arizona." That can't be right." He sounded genuinely shocked. "Look, please meet me. I need to show you something." Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop near my office in 30 minutes. When I arrived, Heath was already there, a manila envelope on the table in front of him. "Thanks for coming," he said as I sat down. He looked terrible, unshaven, dark circles under his eyes. "What's so important?" He pushed the envelope toward me. "After you mentioned Meridian Financial, I did some digging. Found these in Zoe's home office while she was at yoga. Inside were bank statements showing transfers from multiple accounts into one I didn't recognize, along with a handwritten list of names and figures. My name was at the top, with numbers next to various assets, my condo, my car, my 401k. "She's been planning this for months," Heath said quietly, "using my connections, my information. I had no idea." I looked up at him. "Why should I believe you? You've been with her all this time." "Because I'm on her list, too." He pointed to his name further down the page. With a timeline beside it, 3 months after the wedding, there's a note about accident insurance. A chill ran through me. "You think she's planning to?" "I don't know what she's planning, but I'm not sticking around to find out." He ran a hand through his hair. "I confronted her about Meridian last night. She went ballistic, accused me of spying on her, then got eerily calm and said I'd regret questioning her." "So you're just leaving?" "I've already moved my important stuff out, staying with a friend she doesn't know about." He leaned forward. "Kaya, be careful. When I said I was going out this morning, she asked if I was meeting you, specifically you." My phone buzzed with a text from Susan. "Where are you? Zoe just showed up at your office looking for you. Seemed agitated." I showed Heath the message, my heart racing. "She's looking for me. You can't go back there." Heath stood up. "Come on, I'll drive you somewhere safe." "No." I gathered my things. "I need to get to my parents. If she's escalating, they could be in danger." Then I'm coming with you. Why would you do that? Because this is partly my fault. His expression was pained. I should have seen through her, should have asked more questions when she suddenly had all this information about your life. Before I could respond, my phone rang. Vada, someone tried to access your new accounts, she said without preamble. They had all the right security question answers, but the two-factor authentication stopped them. When? Just now. The IP address traces back to your office building. Zoe was at my workplace, actively trying to hack my accounts. This was happening now. Vada, I need a favor, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Can you monitor all activity on my parents' accounts? And mine? I think Zoe's making her move. Already on it. Where are you? With Heath. He found evidence of what she's planning. Vada was silent for a moment. Can you trust him? I looked at Heath, who was watching me with concern. I don't know, but right now, he's the only one who knows how she thinks. After hanging up, I turned to Heath. I need to warn my parents, then get somewhere safe to figure out our next move. As we hurried to his car, my phone buzzed again. A text from Fabian. Zoe knows we talked. She just called me, furious. Said she's taking care of the Kaya problem once and for all. Be careful. In the same moment, an email notification appeared, a bank alert about a large withdrawal request from my parents' account. It was happening faster than I'd anticipated. Drive, I told Heath as I called my parents. We don't have much time. Whatever Zoe was planning, she was accelerating her timeline. The hunter had become the hunted, and now it was a race to see who would strike first. My parents weren't answering their phones. After the fifth call went to voicemail, panic clawed at my throat. They always answer, I told Heath as he drove. Always. Try their neighbors, he suggested, eyes fixed on the road. I found their neighbor's number and called. When she answered, I forced myself to sound calm. Hi, Mrs. Donovan. It's Kaya. I'm trying to reach my parents but can't get through. Have you seen them today? Oh, Kaya. Yes, they left about an hour ago with that lovely friend of yours, the pretty one with the dark hair. My blood turned to ice. Zoe was there? Yes, she said there was some emergency with you. They seemed quite worried. I thanked her and hung up, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. Zoe has my parents, I told Heath. She told them there was an emergency with me. Heath's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Where would she take them? I closed my eyes, trying to think. My condo, maybe? Or... A memory surfaced. Zoe mentioning a lake house her family owned, a place she'd gone when she needed to handle things privately. The lake house, I said, on Lake Sammamish. She has a family property there. Heath nodded and changed direction. Call the police. And tell them what? That my ex-husband's fiancé who stole my identity has now convinced my parents to go somewhere with her? They'll think I'm crazy. Tell them you have evidence of identity theft and elder abuse, and you're concerned for your parents' safety. I made the call, but, as expected, the dispatcher was skeptical. They promised to send an officer to the lake house address, but I could tell from her tone that it wasn't a priority. While Heath drove, I called Susan, Vada, and my lawyer, updating them on the situation. Vada confirmed more attempted withdrawals from my accounts and said she was documenting everything. Susan offered to meet us at the lake house. My lawyer advised caution but said he'd start emergency legal proceedings. As we approached Lake Sammamish, I received a text from an unknown number. If you want to see your parents again, come to the lake house alone. Tell Heath to stay away. I'll know if you bring anyone. I showed Heath the message. It's a trap, he said. I know, but I have to go. I looked out at the lake coming into view. Drop me off before the property. I'll approach on foot. Kaya, no, it's too dangerous. She has my parents, Heath. My voice broke. I don't have a choice. He pulled over a quarter-mile from the lake house. I'm calling the police again, and if you're not out in 20 minutes, I'm coming in. I nodded, suddenly grateful for his presence. Before getting out, I forwarded all the evidence I had to Susan, Vada, and my lawyer with a message. If anything happens to me, take this to the police. The walk to the lake house gave me time to think. Zoe had always been calculating, but this level of escalation suggested desperation. She must have realized I was closing in on her, gathering evidence. This was her last attempt to silence me. The lake house came into view, a modern A-frame with large windows overlooking the water. My parents' car was parked outside. Through the window, I could see them sitting at a dining table, Zoe standing nearby. I took a deep breath and approached the front door. It opened before I could knock. Finally, Zoe said, her smile cold. Your parents have been so worried. I stepped inside, scanning the room. My parents looked confused but unharmed. Kaya! My mother stood up. What's going on? Zoe said you were in some kind of trouble. I am, Mom. I kept my eyes on Zoe. But not the kind she told you about. Zoe's smile didn't waver. Kaya's been under a lot of stress lately. She's been making some concerning accusations. Like how you stole my identity? I pulled out my phone. Or how you used my digital signature to initiate foreclosure on Mom and Dad's condo? Or how you've been systematically trying to take over my life? My father stood now, looking between us. What is she talking about, Zoe? See what I mean? Zoe sighed dramatically. These delusions are why we're worried. They're not delusions. I stepped forward, showing them my phone with the evidence Vada had compiled. She did the same thing at Meridian Financial. It's all documented. Zoe's expression hardened. Your daughter needs help. She's obsessed with me since I got engaged to Heath. Is that why you have this? I pulled up the photo of the list Heath had found, with my assets itemized. Or why you tried to access my new bank accounts today. Or why you're on the verge of transferring money from my parents' retirement fund. My mother gasped, reaching for her phone. Margaret, don't, Zoe snapped, her composure cracking. This is exactly what she wants. What I want, I said, my voice steady, is for you to stay away from my family. Zoe laughed, a brittle sound. Your family? You couldn't even keep your husband interested. You couldn't even see what was happening right in front of you for months. You're right. I took another step toward her. I trusted you. That was my mistake. Your mistake was thinking you deserved the life you had. Her voice rose. You had everything handed to you. Loving parents, good job, perfect husband. You never had to fight for anything. And that justifies stealing from me, manipulating my parents, trying to take everything I have? You never appreciated any of it, she shouted, mask fully slipping now. I deserved it more. The room fell silent. My parents stared at Zoe in shock. Zoe, my father said quietly, did you really try to take our condo? She turned to him, scrambling to recover. No, of course not. Kaya's twisting things. Stop lying, I interrupted, my voice stronger than I'd felt in weeks. It's over, Zoe. The police are on their way. Vada has documented every attempt you made to access my accounts. Elise from Meridian is willing to testify about what you did there. Fabian has records of your manipulation. And Heath found your plans. At the mention of Heath, something dangerous flashed in her eyes. Heath wouldn't betray me. He already has. He's the one who brought me here. As if on cue, we heard sirens in the distance. Zoe's face contorted with rage. She lunged toward me, but my father stepped between us. That's enough, he said firmly. Zoe, I think you should wait outside for the police. For a moment, I thought she might attack him too. Then her shoulders slumped, the fight visibly leaving her. You'll regret this, she said, looking directly at me. All of you. As she walked out the front door, my mother rushed to my side, pulling me into a tight embrace. I'm so sorry we didn't believe you, she whispered. I held on to her, watching through the window as police cars pulled up and officers approached Zoe. It wasn't the revenge I'd imagined. There was no satisfaction in watching her being handcuffed, no triumph in her downfall, just relief that it was over, and a quiet certainty that I'd found something she never had, the strength to fight for what was mine without becoming what I hated. The police questioned us for hours. My parents and I sat at the lake house dining table, going through everything: the identity theft, the foreclosure attempt, the manipulation. When they finally left, taking Zoe with them in handcuffs, exhaustion hit me like a physical weight. You should stay with us tonight, my mother said, her hand warm on my shoulder. I nodded, too drained to argue. Heath had left after giving his statement, promising to send me copies of everything he'd found at Zoe's apartment. The betrayal still stung, but I felt an unexpected gratitude for his help when it mattered most. That night in my childhood bedroom, I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. Morning brought a flurry of activity. My lawyer called with updates on the legal proceedings against Zoe. The fraud department at my bank confirmed they were reversing all unauthorized charges. Susan texted that she'd cleared my schedule for the week and was handling the client emergency herself. After breakfast, my father found me sitting on the back porch, staring at the garden he'd meticulously maintained for decades. Your mother and I have been talking, he said, settling into the chair beside me. We'd like you to consider moving back home for a while. I turned to look at him, surprised. Dad, I'm 34. I know. He smiled slightly. But after everything that's happened, we just want you close. The offer was tempting, the safety of my childhood home, the comfort of my parents' presence, but something inside me resisted. I need to go back to my place, I said gently. I can't let what Zoe did make me retreat from my life. He nodded, understanding in his eyes. You always were the strongest one in the family. I don't feel strong, I admitted. I feel broken open. That's where the real strength comes from, Kaya. He patted my hand. From putting yourself back together in a way that makes sense to you, not anyone else. Later that afternoon, Vada arrived with a small team of cybersecurity experts she'd enlisted to help secure all our accounts and devices. As they worked, she pulled me aside. There's something you should see, she said, opening her laptop. I found this in Zoe's cloud storage. On the screen was a document titled Contingency Plan. It contained detailed instructions for what to do if her schemes were discovered, including a list of people to contact with pre-written stories about my supposed instability. She was thorough, I murmured. Sociopaths usually are. Vada scrolled down. But here's the interesting part. She had a section about Heath, too. Plans to isolate him from his friends, gain control of his business assets. I scanned the document, a chill running through me as I recognized the pattern. She did the same thing to me that she was planning to do to him, with one key difference. Vada pointed to a section labeled Timeline. With you, it was about taking what you had. With Heath, it was about becoming you. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Zoe hadn't just wanted my possessions or my ex-husband. She had wanted my life, my relationships, my identity, everything that made me who I was. There's more, Vada said quietly. She kept journals, years of them. Your name appears in entries dating back to when you first met. Show me. The earliest entry was from our college years. Met Kaya today. She has everything, the looks, the brains, the easy confidence. People gravitate to her without her even trying. I need to study her, figure out what makes her special. Then maybe I can become that too. I closed the laptop, unable to read more. All this time, I thought she was my friend. She was, Vada said. In her way, she just couldn't separate admiration from envy, love from possession. That evening, after everyone had gone, I returned to my condo. Standing in the doorway, I felt a momentary hesitation. This space had been violated, my privacy shattered. But as I stepped inside, I realized something important. These walls had witnessed my breakdown, but they would also see my rebuilding. I moved through each room, reclaiming it. In the kitchen, I threw out the wine glasses Zoe and I had shared so many conversations over. In the living room, I rearranged the furniture, creating a new configuration that felt entirely mine. In my bedroom, I changed the sheets, opened the windows, let fresh air sweep through. My phone rang, Susan checking in. "How are you doing?" she asked. "I'm recalibrating," I said, surprising myself with the word choice, figuring out who I am when I'm not defined by betrayal. And who is that? I looked around my transformed space. Someone stronger than before, someone who won't mistake manipulation for love again. After we hung up, I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. The blank document stared back at me. I began to type. To whom it may concern, I am writing to formally withdraw all charges against Zoe James. My finger hovered over the period key. Then I deleted the sentence and started again. To the district attorney, regarding the case against Zoe James, I wish to provide additional evidence of her pattern of behavior. As I typed, cataloging everything with clinical precision, I felt no vindictiveness, no thirst for revenge, just clarity. Zoe needed to face consequences, not because I wanted to punish her, but because it was the truth. And after everything, truth was the one thing I refused to compromise. When I finished, I sent the document to my lawyer, then closed my laptop. Outside my window, the city lights sparkled against the darkening sky. For the first time in weeks, I didn't feel like I was drowning. The betrayal would always be part of my story, but it would no longer be the defining chapter. I picked up my phone and deleted Zoe's contact information, her photos, every digital trace of her presence in my life. Not to erase the past, but to make space for whatever came next. Some friendships leave scars. The deepest ones change who you are. But standing in my reclaimed space, I finally understood. The person I was becoming after Zoe's betrayal was entirely my own creation, and far stronger than the woman she had tried to destroy.
The lilies are suffocating me. I arrange a perfect tower of pastel-wrapped gifts on the table while fighting the burn behind my eyes. The scent is everywhere, cloying, funeral sweet, as I adjust the Welcome Baby Girl banner for the third time. Each crease I smooth feels like another crack in my heart. Hannah, there you are! Robert's voice slides across my skin like oil. I force my face into pleasant neutrality before turning to face him. My boss, the father of my child, the man whose baby shower I'm decorating for his wife. Everything looks perfect, he says, scanning the room with the satisfied air of someone inspecting property they own. His eyes linger on the pink balloon arch I spent 2 hours assembling. Bailey will love it. I nod, not trusting my voice. 11 months ago, I'd believed his promises, that we'd find a way to be together, that he just needed time to end his marriage, that our baby would have his name. Now I'm the executive assistant planning his wife's baby shower while our daughter, my daughter, lives in my apartment with a rotating cast of babysitters, her existence a secret I'm paid to keep. You remembered the non-alcoholic champagne? Robert straightens his tie, the one I bought him last Christmas. Of course, I gesture to the bar cart, and the specialty mocktails Bailey mentioned wanting. You're incredible. His hand brushes my lower back as he leans in, voice dropping. I don't know what I'd do without you. The familiar cologne that once made my heart race now turns my stomach. I step away, busying myself with napkin placement. How's Lily? He asks quietly. My hands freeze. He never asks about her, not by name. She's walking now, I say, throat tight. Started last week. Something flickers across his face, pride, regret. It's gone before I can identify it. Hannah, you know Robert, there you are, darling. Bailey floats into the room in a cream maternity dress that probably costs more than my monthly rent. Her pregnancy glow is radiant, her belly perfectly round at 7 months. She kisses Robert's cheek before turning to me with genuine warmth. Hannah, everything is stunning. I can't believe you did all this yourself. I accept her hug, breathing through the knife twist of her innocence. Bailey has always been kind to me. She doesn't deserve this betrayal, but neither did I. Just doing my job, I manage. Nonsense, you've gone above and beyond. She squeezes my hands. I keep telling Robert he needs to promote you. You're wasted as an assistant. Robert laughs too loudly. Hannah knows how valuable she is to me. Yes. Valuable enough to pay my rent in a separate building. Valuable enough for a non-disclosure agreement. Valuable enough to keep silent while he claims my child doesn't exist. The first guests arrive, Robert's colleagues and Bailey's friends. I fade into the background, the perfect invisible coordinator. I pour drinks. I arrange food. I take photos of Bailey opening gifts for a baby that isn't hers, while mine sits across town with a stranger. Speech time, someone calls out. Robert stands, champagne flute in hand, and gazes adoringly at his wife. When Bailey told me we were expecting, it was the happiest day of my life. The room awes. I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste blood. I've waited my entire life to be a father, he continues. To have a family with the only woman I've ever truly loved. My phone buzzes in my pocket. The babysitter. I slip into the hallway to answer. Ms. Reeves, Lily has a fever. I've given her the baby Tylenol like you said, but it's still 101. My heart pounds. I'll be there as soon as I can. I check my watch. At least another hour of this performance before I can leave without raising suspicions. When I return, Robert is kneeling beside Bailey, his hand on her stomach, eyes closed in theatrical bliss as he feels his daughter kick. Their daughter, according to every document, every social media post, every lie he's told. I take photos. Click. The perfect husband. Click. The perfect wife. Click. The perfect family. Later, as guests begin to leave, I'm gathering discarded wrapping paper when Robert corners me by the kitchen. You seemed distracted today, he says, voice low. Lily's sick, I need to go. His jaw tightens. You know the rules, Hannah. No one here can suspect anything. She has a fever, Robert. She'll be fine. His hand grips my wrist, hidden from view by the counter. Remember our arrangement. Your position at the company, your apartment, your lifestyle. It all depends on discretion. I pull away. And your reputation? Your marriage, your board position, it all depends on my silence. Something dangerous flashes in his eyes. Careful, Hannah. Don't forget who has more to lose here. As he walks away to rejoin Bailey, I feel something shift inside me. The fear and heartache crystallize into something harder, something with edges. In my purse is an envelope. Inside is a copy of Lily's birth certificate with Robert's name listed as father. I'd brought it today in a moment of desperate courage, thinking I might finally give it to Bailey. Instead, I tuck it into the bottom of the gift basket I'd assembled, the one Bailey will unpack at home, filled with luxury baby items. Not today, but soon. Because Robert is wrong about one thing. I have nothing left to lose. My apartment feels emptier than usual tonight. The silence broken only by Lily's shallow breathing through the baby monitor. Her fever's down, but I still check on her every 20 minutes, pressing my lips to her forehead, counting her tiny breaths. I should sleep. Instead, I sit cross-legged on my kitchen floor at 2 a.m., surrounded by stacks of papers, bank statements, emails, text messages, all evidence of my relationship with Robert. The relationship he pretends never happened. My phone vibrates against the tile. Emiliano. You awake? I hesitate before responding. Emiliano is the only person at work who suspects something. Not the full truth, but enough to worry about me. Me, unfortunately. Emiliano, saw your face at the shower today. You okay? No, I'm not okay. I haven't been okay since I watched Robert's face fall when I told him I was pregnant, since he explained so reasonably why we needed to keep things quiet for now. Since I gave birth alone while he was on vacation with Bailey in Santorini. Me, just tired. Lily's been sick. Emiliano. Want me to bring soup tomorrow? My abuela's recipe. Cures everything. His kindness makes my eyes sting. I don't deserve friends. Not when I'm the other woman. The secret. The mistake. Me. That would be nice. Thanks. I gather the papers into a folder labelled insurance and slide it back into my desk drawer. As I pass Lily's room, I peek in again. Her dark curls, just like Robert's, stick to her forehead. She has his eyes too. Anyone who saw them together would know instantly. But no one ever will. Morning comes too quickly. I drop Lily at daycare, a place 40 minutes from our apartment because it's far enough from Robert's social circle, and arrive at the office with minutes to spare. There she is, Caroline's voice cuts across the lobby. Party planner extraordinaire. I force a smile. Caroline, marketing director and office shark, has been circling me for months, sensing weakness. Bailey can't stop raving about the shower, she continues, stepping into the elevator with me. She showed me all the photos. You have quite the eye for detail. Just doing my job. Her eyes narrow slightly. Robert's lucky to have such a dedicated assistant. Something in her tone makes my skin prickle. Before I can respond, the elevator opens on our floor. Robert stands at my desk, examining a document. He looks up, face professionally neutral. Hannah, my office, please. I follow him, feeling Caroline's eyes on my back. Once the door closes, Robert's demeanour shifts. What the hell were you thinking? Excuse me. He slides a piece of paper across his desk. It's a photo of Lily's birth certificate, the one I'd placed in Bailey's gift basket. My stomach drops. How did you... Bailey found it while unpacking the gifts. Thankfully, she assumed it was mixed in by mistake from another gift. She gave it to me to return to you. His voice is controlled fury. Do you have any idea what you've done? Nothing, apparently, I say, surprising myself with my steadiness. Nothing's changed. This was a warning shot, wasn't it? A threat. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been more than generous, Hannah. The apartment, the allowance. I don't want your money. The words burst out before I can stop them. I want you to acknowledge your daughter. Lower your voice, he hisses. She's walking now. Did I tell you that? And she says, Mama. She'll be saying Dada soon too, but there's no one to respond. Robert's expression hardens. We had an agreement. No, you had demands. I was too scared to fight back. I lean forward. But Lily deserves better. And what about Bailey? Does she deserve to have her marriage destroyed? To learn her husband had an affair while she was struggling through 3 miscarriages? The information hits me like a slap. Bailey had miscarriages. He'd never told me. Robert sees my shock and presses his advantage. Yes, Hannah. While you were getting pregnant, my wife was grieving. Again. So forgive me if I'm not eager to blow up her world when she's finally getting what she's always wanted. Shame and anger war inside me. So Lily means nothing to you? I provide for her. Money isn't fatherhood. He sighs, suddenly looking tired. What do you want from me, Hannah? Really? Everything. Nothing. I don't even know anymore. I want... My voice breaks. I want to stop living a lie. Then quit, he says simply. Walk away. Find another job. But we both know I can't. My resume is thin, my savings non-existent. The NDA I signed means I can't explain the gap in my employment. And the child support is contingent on my silence. A knock interrupts us. Emiliano pokes his head in. Sorry to interrupt. Hannah, your daycare called the main line. They couldn't reach you. My heart stops. What's wrong? Lily's fever spiked. They're taking her to Memorial Children's. I'm moving before he finishes speaking, grabbing my purse. Hannah, Robert calls after me. We're not finished here. I turn back, aware of Emiliano watching us curiously. "My daughter needs me," I say, loud enough for Emiliano to hear. Everything else can wait. Something shifts in Robert's expression. Panic, calculation, then decision. "Take the company car," he says smoothly, "and keep me updated on your situation." As I rush out, I catch Emiliano's confused look. He follows me to the elevator. "Hannah, what's going on? Why does Robert care about your daughter's fever?" The doors close, leaving us alone. The question hangs between us, and suddenly I'm tired of lies. "Because she's his daughter too," I say. The hospital corridor stretches endlessly before me, my heels striking the linoleum with military precision. Each step echoes my heartbeat. Too fast. Too hard. I haven't breathed properly since Emiliano's words in the elevator. Because she's his daughter too. The confession hangs between us now as we rush through the pediatric ward. Emiliano insisted on driving me, his knuckles white on the steering wheel the entire way. "Room 304, the nurse at the station tells me, her eyes soft with practiced sympathy. I break into a run, Emiliano close behind. When I push through the door, the daycare director rises from a chair beside Lily's crib. "Ms. Reeves, I'm so sorry, her temperature shot up to 104, and she started seizing—" I barely hear her. Lily lies in the hospital crib, her tiny body connected to an IV. Her eyes flutter open when I touch her cheek. "Mama," she whimpers, reaching for me. I gather her against my chest, mindful of the tubes. "I'm here, baby. Mama's here." The doctor arrives minutes later, clipboard in hand. "Febrile seizure," she explains. "Common in children under 3. We're giving her antibiotics for an ear infection, which likely caused the fever. Relief makes my knees weak. So she'll be okay?" "She should be. We'll keep her overnight for observation." After the doctor leaves, Emiliano hands me a coffee from the vending machine. His eyes never leave Lily's face. "She looks like him," he says quietly. I nod, too exhausted to deny it anymore. "How long?" "It ended before I knew I was pregnant." I stroke Lily's damp curls. By then, Bailey was pregnant too. Emiliano's expression darkens. "And he made you keep it secret?" "He said it was better for everyone." "Better for him, you mean?" Emiliano paces the small room. "Hannah, this is wrong. You know that, right? What he's doing to you, to Lily, it's wrong." "You think I don't know that?" My voice cracks. "But what choice do I have? I signed an NDA. I need the job, the health insurance." I gesture to the hospital room. "This would bankrupt me otherwise. There are other jobs. Not with my resume, not that would pay enough for a single mother." Emiliano sits beside me. "So what's your plan? Wait until Lily's 18? Watch Robert play dad to his other kid while ignoring this one?" His words cut because they're true. I have no plan, just day-to-day survival. "I left a copy of her birth certificate in Bailey's gift basket," I admit. "Robert found it." Emiliano's eyes widen. "That's why you were in his office. He thinks it was a threat. Maybe it was." I look down at Lily, now sleeping peacefully. I'm just so tired of pretending. My phone buzzes. Robert. "Status update?" "No, how is she?" "No, is my daughter okay?" Just a demand for information. Something hardens inside me. I type back, "Febrile seizure from ear infection. Being kept overnight for observation. I'll be staying with her." His response comes immediately. "Take tomorrow off if needed. We'll discuss your stunt with the birth certificate when you return." Emiliano reads the exchange over my shoulder and swears under his breath. He's unbelievable. That's Robert. I tuck the phone away. Always in control. "Not always," Emiliano hesitates. "There's something you should know." The seriousness in his voice makes me look up. "Caroline cornered me after you left. She was asking questions about you and Robert." My stomach drops. What kind of questions? If I'd noticed anything unprofessional, if you ever mentioned him outside of work. He shifts uncomfortably. "She implied she's been watching you both for months." "Why would she?" "The VP position. Everyone knows Robert's grooming someone for it. Caroline thinks it's you because of favoritism." The irony would be laughable if it weren't so bitter. Robert has never shown me professional favoritism. If anything, he's harder on me than anyone else. She's fishing, I say. She doesn't know anything. Maybe. Emiliano doesn't look convinced. But she's dangerous, Hannah. If she's building a case against you for HR, the implications hit me all at once. If Caroline starts an investigation, the NDA might not protect Robert. Emails could be subpoenaed. Witnesses questioned. For the first time, I see a crack in Robert's perfect facade. I need to talk to her, I decide. What? No, that's exactly what you shouldn't do. Not to confess, to redirect. My mind races with possibilities. If Caroline thinks she can use me to get to Robert, maybe I can use her too. Emiliano stares at me. That's playing with fire. I'm already burning. I look down at Lily, and I'm done letting Robert control the narrative. My phone buzzes again. Unknown number. Hannah, it's Bailey. Robert told me about your daughter being in the hospital. I'm so sorry. Is there anything you need? The genuine concern in her message makes my chest ache. Bailey, who has no idea her husband fathered my child. Bailey, who suffered through miscarriages while I was pregnant. Bailey, who deserves better than both of us. I show Emiliano the message. What are you going to say? He asks. I stare at the phone, at Bailey's kindness glowing on the screen. Something shifts inside me, not just anger at Robert now, but determination. Nothing yet, I say, setting the phone aside. But I think I just found my leverage. Lily stirs in her sleep, her little hand gripping my finger. For the first time in over a year, I feel something beyond despair. Something with teeth. Emiliano, I say quietly, I need your help with something. Lily's discharge papers crinkle in my hand as I sign the final form. After a night of hospital chairs and beeping monitors, we're going home. She's better. Fever gone. Ear infection responding to antibiotics. The relief is physical, like shedding a lead vest. All set, the nurse says, handing me a prescription. Follow up with her pediatrician in 3 days. I nod, gathering Lily into my arms. She's clingy today, her head heavy on my shoulder as we walk out. The hospital sliding doors open to reveal Emiliano leaning against his car, 2 coffee cups in hand. Thought you might need this, he says, passing me one. How's our patient? Better. I settle Lily into her car seat, her eyelids already drooping. Thank you for coming back. He shrugs like it's nothing. It isn't nothing. The drive to my apartment is quiet until Lily falls asleep. Then Emiliano glances at me. Did you mean what you said yesterday? About needing my help? I stare out the window, watching the city blur past. I can't keep living like this, Emiliano. For Lily's sake. For mine. What are you planning? I'm not sure yet. I turn to face him. But I need to know, are you with me? Because once I start this, there's no going back. For either of us. He's silent for a long moment, fingers tapping the steering wheel. What you're talking about could cost me my job too. I know. And Robert isn't someone who forgives easily. I know that too. We stop at a red light. Emiliano turns to look at me fully. When my sister got pregnant at 17, her boyfriend denied everything, blocked her number, told everyone she was lying. His jaw tightens. I watched what that did to her. To my nephew. I won't stand by and watch it happen again. The light turns green. He drives on. I'm with you, he says simply. 3 days later, I return to work. Lily's with a new babysitter, one Emiliano's sister recommended, who lives in my building and charges half what the others did. Small victories. The office hums with Monday energy as I step off the elevator. I've barely reached my desk when Caroline materializes beside me, perfect red lips curved in a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Hannah, welcome back. How's your little one? I arrange my face into pleasant neutrality. Much better, thank you. Good. She perches on the edge of my desk. Listen, a few of us are grabbing drinks after work at Vellum. You should join us. It's not a request. It's a summons. I'd love to, but my daughter... Just for an hour, her smile hardens. I insist. Before I can respond, Robert's office door opens. He looks between us, expression unreadable. Hannah. My office. Carolyn slides off my desk with a knowing look. Think about drinks. It would be good for you to connect with more colleagues. The threat is barely veiled. I nod, then follow Robert, closing the door behind me. He doesn't offer me a seat. You're late? My daughter had a follow-up appointment. Your personal life can't interfere with your professional responsibilities. The hypocrisy is breathtaking. My personal life is my professional problem because you made it that way. Robert's eyes narrow. Careful, Hannah. No. The word comes out stronger than I expected. I'm done being careful. I'm done pretending. What does that mean? It means Caroline is asking questions about us, about why you show me favoritism. I step closer. What happens when those questions reach Bailey? Something flickers across his face, fear quickly masked. Are you threatening me? I'm stating facts. This secret is bigger than just us now. Robert sits heavily in his chair. For a moment, he looks almost human, tired, cornered. Then the mask slides back into place. What do you want? Recognition. For Lily. Not public, not yet. But I want you to meet her. To be her father, not just her financial support. He laughs, short and bitter. And how exactly would that work? Secret visits? Clandestine father-daughter bonding? It's a start. It's a fantasy. He leans forward. Bailey is 7 months pregnant, Hannah. Our daughter will be born in 8 weeks. This isn't the time to complicate things. Your daughter, I correct him. Lily is already your daughter. Something shifts in his expression. Not softening exactly, but recalculation. I need time to think. It's more than he's ever conceded before. I press my advantage. Caroline invited me for drinks tonight. She's fishing for information. Decline. If I do, she'll be more suspicious. I meet his eyes. Unless you have a better solution. Robert studies me for a long moment. Fine. Go. Tell her nothing. And Lily? He sighs. I'll consider meeting her. That's all I can promise right now. It's not enough, but it's a crack in his armor. Vellum is crowded when I arrive. Caroline waves from a corner booth where she sits with 2 other directors. I order a club soda and join them, hyper-aware of every word, every glance. An hour of careful small talk passes before Caroline makes her move. As the others leave for the bar, she leans in. You know, Hannah, I've always wondered how someone with your limited qualifications landed such a prime position. I take a slow sip of my drink. Hard work. Attention to detail. And a very appreciative boss. Her smile is razor sharp. The kind who takes special interest in your development. Robert is a good mentor. Is that what they call it these days? She slides her phone across the table. On the screen is a photo. Robert and me, standing too close in his office, his hand on my arm. From yesterday. My blood runs cold. You've been taking pictures of us? Gathering evidence. She retrieves her phone. The VP position opens next month. I've worked too hard to watch it go to someone who slept her way into consideration. That's not... Save it. Caroline leans back. I'm not unreasonable, Hannah. Step aside. Tell Robert you're not interested in advancement. Do that, and these photos stay private. The trap is elegant in its simplicity. Deny the affair and she'll show the photos to Bailey anyway. Admit it, and I lose everything. But Caroline has made one critical mistake. She assumes I want the VP position. I stand, gathering my coat. You've misunderstood everything, Caroline. But thank you for showing me those photos. Excuse me? I lean down, voice low. You just gave me exactly what I needed. Her confusion follows me out into the night, where Emiliano waits in his car as planned. Well? He asks, as I slide into the passenger seat. I pull out my phone, showing him the text I just sent to Robert. We need to talk. Caroline has photos, and I'm done playing by your rules. It's started, I tell Emiliano. There's no going back now. Rain pelts my kitchen window as I pace the length of my apartment. Each flash of lightning illuminates Lily's toys scattered across the floor, evidence of a life Robert refuses to acknowledge. My phone sits on the counter. Silent since my text to him 3 hours ago. The knock, when it comes, is so forceful I jump. I check the peephole, expecting Robert. It's not Robert. Bailey stands in my hallway, rain-soaked and trembling. Her pregnant belly protrudes beneath her open coat, her face pale in the harsh corridor light. I open the door, shock rendering me speechless. "May I come in?" Her voice is steady despite her shaking hands. I step aside, mind racing. How did she find my address? What does she know? Bailey enters, her eyes immediately finding the framed photos of Lily on my wall. She stares at them, then turns to me. Is it true? The question hangs between us. I could lie. I could ask what she means. I could protect Robert one last time. Yes, I say instead. Bailey nods once, like she's confirming something she already knew. She moves to my couch and sits heavily, hands resting on her belly. Robert is at the office, destroying his phone. He thinks Caroline sent me the photos. She looks up at me. He doesn't know I followed him here last month. After you called in sick when your daughter was ill. He seemed concerned. It wasn't like him. My legs feel unsteady. I sink into the chair across from her. How long? She asks. It ended before I knew I was pregnant. That's not what I asked. I meet her eyes. 6 months. She flinches but doesn't look away. And your daughter, Lily. Lily. She tests the name. She's his. It's not a question, but I nod anyway. Does he see her? No, he pays support, that's all. Bailey laughs, a brittle sound. Of course. Robert's solution to everything. Throw money at it until it goes away. She looks around my small apartment. Except you didn't go away. I tried. My voice catches. After Lily was born, I applied for dozens of jobs. But the gap in my resume, being a single mother, no one would hire me for what I needed to support her. So you stayed, working for him, watching him every day. I didn't have a choice. We all have choices, Hannah. Her hand moves in slow circles over her belly. I chose to believe my husband when he said he was working late. I chose to ignore the signs. I chose to trust him after 3 miscarriages when he suddenly wanted to try again. The timing hits me. After he knew I was pregnant, Bailey nods, tears finally spilling. He came home one night different, attentive, desperate to reconnect. 9 weeks later, I was pregnant. She wipes her cheeks. I was so happy I never questioned the timing. The revelation sickens me. Robert hadn't just abandoned our child, he'd deliberately created another to replace her. A small sound from down the hall interrupts us, Lily calling out in her sleep. She's here, Bailey asks, suddenly tense. She's sleeping. Bailey stands, one hand braced against her back. I want to see her. Bailey, I don't think... Please. Her voice breaks. I need to see her. I lead her to Lily's room, my heart hammering. We stand in the doorway watching my daughter, Robert's daughter, sleep peacefully in her crib, unaware of the storm breaking around her. Bailey's breath catches. She has his eyes. And his curls, I whisper. We retreat to the living room in silence. When Bailey speaks again, her voice is different, harder. Did you leave that birth certificate in my gift basket? Yes. Why? Because I was tired. The truth pours out of me. Tired of being erased. Tired of watching him pretend we don't exist while he builds a perfect life with you. A life built on lies? Bailey's hands clench. Do you love him? The question startles me. No, not anymore. But you did. I thought I did. I look at her directly. Do you? She doesn't answer immediately. I love the man I thought he was. She stands, gathering her coat. I should go. What will you do? Bailey pauses at the door. I don't know yet. But Robert doesn't get to control this narrative anymore. She turns to face me. Whatever happens next, keep Lily away from the office and check your email tonight. Before I can ask what she means, she's gone. My phone rings an hour later. Emiliano. Hannah, where are you? The office is chaos. I'm home, what's happening? Robert's on a rampage. He fired Caroline on the spot. Something about unauthorized surveillance. She's threatening a lawsuit. His voice drops. And Bailey showed up. demanded access to his email, then left, looking like she was about to commit murder. My stomach drops. Emiliano Bailey was here, at my apartment. She knows everything. Silence then. Holy shit. Are you okay? I don't know. My hands are shaking. She told me to check my email tonight. That doesn't sound good. As if summoned, my laptop pings with a new message. Hold on, that might be her now. I open my email to find a message from Bailey with a single attachment. The subject line reads, "Your choice." The attachment is a legal document, a revised child support agreement drafted by Bailey's family law firm. It acknowledges Robert as Lily's father, grants me full custody, and triples the monthly support payments. A note at the bottom, in Bailey's handwriting, "Sign this, disappear from our lives, and you'll never worry about money again. Refuse, and I'll ensure Robert never works in this industry again, which means neither will you. You have 24 hours. Hannah! Emiliano's voice seems far away. What is it? I stare at the document, at the figure that would secure Lily's future. All I have to do is take the money and vanish. Exactly what Robert wanted all along. It's a way out, I tell Emiliano, but not the one I want. What are you going to do? My eyes drift to Lily's room, to the daughter who deserves more than secrets and shame. I'm going to call Robert's old friend Vince, I say, remembering the name from office gossip, the former colleague who left under mysterious circumstances. Something tells me he might have his own story to tell about Robert. Hannah, that's playing with fire. I watch another flash of lightning illuminate my apartment. Then it's a good night for it. Finding Vince proves easier than expected. A LinkedIn message, a cryptic explanation about Robert, and within hours I have his number. What's harder is working up the courage to call. I sit on my balcony watching the storm recede as night falls. Lily sleeps peacefully inside, unaware that her future hangs in the balance of decisions made by adults who should know better. Bailey's offer, the document promising financial security, sits open on my laptop. The deadline is tomorrow. My phone feels heavy in my hand as I dial Vince's number. He answers on the third ring. Hannah, I've been expecting your call for over a year. His voice is different than I imagined, warmer, with an edge of weariness. You know who I am? Robert's assistant with the inconvenient pregnancy. Yeah, I know. There's no judgment in his tone, only resignation. The question is, why are you calling me now? I watch a car pass on the street below, its headlights briefly illuminating the rain-slicked pavement. Because I'm tired of being erased. Vince is quiet for a moment. Meet me tomorrow. Blackbird Coffee on Westlake, 10 a.m. I'll be there. After we hang up, I text Emiliano. Meeting Vince tomorrow morning. Can you watch Lily? His response is immediate. Of course, but be careful. We don't know what his angle is. I stare at Bailey's offer again, the cursor blinking at the signature line. The money would change everything for Lily. Private schools, college, security. All it would cost is her identity, her father, her truth. I close the laptop without signing. Blackbird Coffee is busy when I arrive, the morning rush in full swing. I spot Vince immediately, early 40s, sharp eyes, nursing a black coffee in the corner. He stands when he sees me. Hannah, he extends his hand. Finally nice to meet you. I shake it, studying him. How do you know about me? About Lily? Sit. He gestures to the chair across from him. Robert and I were friends for 15 years, business partners for 7. I know all his secrets. His mouth twists. And he knows mine. What happened between you? Vince takes a slow sip of coffee. 3 years ago, I discovered Robert was embezzling from our clients. Small amounts, spread across dozens of accounts. Nearly untraceable. My stomach drops. Did you report him? I confronted him privately first, gave him a chance to make it right. Vince's eyes harden. Instead, he framed me, planted evidence that I was the one stealing. By the time I realized what was happening, the board had already decided I was guilty. That's why you left the company. Left? He laughs bitterly. I was escorted out by security, blacklisted in the industry. My wife left me when our savings disappeared into legal fees. He leans forward. Robert doesn't just hide inconvenient truths, Hannah. He destroys them. The coffee shop suddenly feels too warm, too crowded. Why are you telling me this? Because you're making the same mistake I did. Vince pulls out his phone, scrolling to a photo before sliding it across the table. You think you can beat him at his own game. The photo shows Robert and Bailey at what appears to be a dinner party, their arms around each other smiling. This was taken last night, Vince says, hours after she visited you. My hands start to shake. How do you know she came to my apartment? Because I've been watching Robert for 2 years, gathering evidence. His eyes meet mine. Bailey isn't your ally, Hannah. She's his partner. No. I push the phone back toward him. She was devastated when she found out about Lily. Was she? Or was she performing devastation? Vince reclaims his phone. Think about it. She offers you money to disappear. Exactly what Robert wanted all along, the perfect solution to their problem. My mind races, reassessing every moment of Bailey's visit. Her controlled anger, her strategic questions, the legal document ready within hours. You're saying they planned this together? I'm saying Robert has a pattern. When someone threatens him, he neutralizes them. With me, it was professional destruction. With you, he shrugs. A golden cage is still a cage. I feel sick. What about Caroline? The photos? A convenient crisis to make Bailey's offer seem like salvation rather than exile. Vince checks his watch. Your deadline to sign is what? Noon today. How did you know that? Because I know how they operate. He stands, dropping cash on the table. You have a choice to make, Hannah. Take the money and disappear, or fight back and risk losing everything. Why would you help me? You don't even know me. Vince pauses. Because my daughter doesn't know who I am anymore. Because Robert took that from me too. His eyes soften slightly. And because sometimes, just sometimes, the truth actually wins. As he turns to leave, I grab his arm. Wait, you said you've been gathering evidence? 2 years' worth. Would it be enough to expose him? To prove what he did to you? A slow smile spreads across Vince's face. With the right leverage? Absolutely. What kind of leverage? Access to his private email server, the one he uses for sensitive communications. My heart pounds as I remember Bailey's words. Demanded access to his email, not his work account. She already had access to that, his private server. I think I might know how to get that, I say. Vince sits back down. I'm listening. When I return home, Emiliano is building a block tower with Lily. His expression grows concerned as he takes in my face. What happened? I pull out my phone, showing him the photo of Robert and Bailey. They're playing me. Both of them. Emiliano's eyes widen. You're sure? No. I sink onto the couch. But I can't take that risk. So what now? You'll sign Bailey's agreement? I watch Lily knock over the tower, her delighted giggle filling the room. In that moment, everything becomes crystal clear. No. I pull out my laptop. I'm going to email Bailey. Tell her I need to meet with both her and Robert before I sign anything. Hannah, if Vince is right, that's walking into the lion's den. I know. I start typing. But this time I'll be wearing armor. I send the email, then dial Vince's number again. When he answers, I don't hesitate. I need everything you have on Robert. Every document, every recording, every screenshot. And what will you do with it? I look at Lily, at her innocent joy, at the future I want for her. One built on truth, not convenient lies. End this. Tonight. Robert and Bailey's house looms before me, a modern fortress of glass and concrete perched on a hillside. Rain has started again, gentle but persistent, beading on my windshield as I sit in the driveway gathering courage. Vince's evidence is backed up in 3 places: my email, Emiliano's laptop, and a flash drive currently pressed against my ribs in my bra. My insurance policy. My phone buzzes with a text from Emiliano. Lily's asleep. We're fine. Are you sure about this? I'm not sure about anything except that I can't live another day in the shadows. I text back, if you don't hear from me by 10, send everything to the email list we discussed. The list includes the company board, the SEC, and 3 journalists Vince suggested. Nuclear options. I tuck my phone away and approach the front door. Before I can knock, it swings open. Bailey stands there, one hand supporting her lower back, the other holding the door. "You're late," she says, no warmth in her voice. "Traffic." I step inside, immediately struck by the contrast to my apartment. Everything here is expansive, pristine, expensive. A showroom, not a home. Bailey leads me to a sleek living room where Robert waits, tumbler of whiskey in hand. His expression is unreadable as I take the seat across from him. "Did you bring the signed agreement?" he asks without preamble. "No." I keep my voice steady. "I wanted to talk first." Bailey lowers herself onto the couch beside Robert. They don't touch, but there's a united front in their posture that confirms Vince's warning. "There's nothing to discuss," Robert says. "The terms are generous. 3 times your current support," Bailey adds. "Financial security for your daughter." "Our daughter," I correct, looking directly at Robert. "Lily is our daughter." Robert's jaw tightens. "Biologically, perhaps?" "No, in every way that matters." I lean forward. "That's what this is really about, isn't it? Not the money, not the scandal. You're terrified of being her father." "That's absurd," he scoffs, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. "Is it? You've spent a year pretending she doesn't exist, paying me to keep her hidden, creating a replacement child." I nod toward Bailey's belly. Bailey's hand moves protectively over her stomach. "You have no right." "I have every right." My voice rises despite my efforts to control it. "You came to my home. You saw my daughter, your husband's daughter, and your solution was to pay us to disappear." "We're offering you a way out," Bailey says, her composure slipping. "A fresh start." "No, you're offering to erase us." I turn back to Robert. "Just like you erased Vince when he discovered you were embezzling." The colour drains from Robert's face. Bailey goes still beside him. "Vince was unstable," Robert says carefully. "His accusations were investigated and dismissed. Because you framed him. Because you planted evidence." I pull out my phone. "He kept records, Robert, of everything, including your private server emails discussing how to set him up." Robert's knuckles whiten around his glass. "You're bluffing." I pull up one of the emails Vince provided and read aloud. "Once the board sees the transfer records, they won't question further. Vince's signature is easy enough to replicate. I've already laid groundwork suggesting his gambling debts." I look up. "Should I continue?" The silence stretches between us, taut as a wire. Finally, Bailey breaks it. "What do you want, Hannah?" It's the question I've been asking myself for months. What do I really want? I want Lily to know her father. I want her to have his name, legally and publicly. I want acknowledgement, not erasure. I meet Robert's eyes. "And I want the truth about what you did to Vince made right." Robert laughs, but there's no humour in it. "Or what? You'll destroy my career, my marriage, your own livelihood, if necessary?" "You're forgetting something crucial," Robert leans forward. "Any scandal that destroys me will touch you too. The company will distance themselves from both of us. Your reputation—" "I don't care about my reputation." The realization hits me as I say it. I care about my daughter growing up knowing she matters, that she wasn't a mistake to be hidden away. Something shifts in Bailey's expression, not softening exactly, but recognition. She places a hand on Robert's arm. "She's right." Robert turns to her, startled. "What?" "She's right, Robert." Bailey's voice is quiet but firm. "We can't build our family on lies. I won't do it anymore." "Bailey." "No." She cuts him off. "I agreed to help you contain this because I wanted to save our marriage. But I can't." Her voice breaks. "I can't look at another child and wonder if you're hiding them too." The unity between them fractures visibly. Robert stands pacing to the window. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying fix this." Bailey looks at me, then back to him. "Acknowledge your daughter. Make amends to Vince. Or I walk. With evidence of both your crimes." Robert stares at her, betrayal etched on his face. "You wouldn't." Bailey rises with effort, one hand on her belly. "Try me." The room crackles with tension. Robert looks between us, calculation and panic warring in his eyes. I can almost see him weighing options, searching for escape routes. "You've discussed this," he says finally. "The two of you. This is a setup." "No," I say. "This is consequence." Bailey moves to stand beside me, an unexpected alliance forming in real time. "Your choice, Robert. But choose carefully." For the first time since I've known him, Robert looks truly cornered. His perfect life, his carefully constructed image, all of it balanced on the edge of a knife. "If I agree," he says slowly, "what happens to the evidence?" "It stays where it is," I tell him. "Insurance." He drains his whiskey, sets the glass down with deliberate control. When he looks up, there's something new in his eyes, something I've never seen before. Fear. "Tell me what you want. Exactly." Morning light streams through the conference room windows, painting golden rectangles across the polished table. I sit straight-backed in my chair, watching as board members file in one by one. Some nod in recognition. Others avoid my eyes. Robert enters last, impeccable in a charcoal suit that can't quite hide the strain of the past week. The circles under his eyes match mine. He takes his seat at the head of the table directly across from me. "Let's begin," he says, voice steady despite everything. I open my laptop as the board chairman calls the meeting to order. My presentation is ready, the one Robert agreed to after 3 hours of negotiation in his living room. The one that will change everything. "Before we discuss quarterly projections," Robert says, "I have a personal announcement." The room quiets. This isn't in the agenda. "As some of you may have heard, there have been rumors regarding my personal life." His eyes flick to mine briefly. I want to address them directly. My heart pounds. We had agreed on the statement, carefully crafted by both our lawyers. But Robert is nothing if not unpredictable. "A year and a half ago, I fathered a child with Ms. Reeves." He gestures toward me. "I've recently taken steps to legally acknowledge my daughter and establish appropriate support and visitation." Murmurs ripple through the room. I keep my expression neutral, though inside I'm trembling. "Additionally," Robert continues, "I've become aware of certain irregularities in how a former partner's departure was handled. I've instructed our legal team to re-examine the evidence against Vince Ford and make appropriate restitution." The chairman leans forward. "Robert, if there were legal improprieties, all details will be provided to the board by end of day." Robert's tone makes it clear the discussion is closed. "Now, Ms. Reeves has a presentation on departmental restructuring." He nods to me and I stand. As I connect my laptop to the projector, I feel the weight of every gaze. This moment, standing here as myself, not as Robert's shadow, is what I've fought for. "Thank you," I begin. "As you'll see in the proposal before you, I'm recommending significant changes to our organizational structure." I click to the first slide. There, in clean professional font, is my new title, Director of Operations. Not Robert's assistant, not VP, the position he'd dangled as bait for so long. A lateral move into a role I've actually earned. As I walk the board through my vision, I catch Robert watching me, not with anger or resentment, but something more complex. Recognition, perhaps. For the first time, he's seeing me, really seeing me as a professional equal. When I finish, the chairman nods approvingly. "Impressive analysis, Ms. Reeves. Let's put it to a vote." The restructuring passes unanimously, including Robert's vote. The office empties gradually as evening approaches. I pack my things, family photos I'd never dared display before, including one of Lily, now prominently framed. Tomorrow I'll move to my new office down the hall. A knock at my door reveals Emiliano, leaning against the frame with a small smile. "Director Reeves," he says, "has a nice ring to it." "Better than that assistant who slept with the boss," I reply, only half joking. "Is that what they're saying?" "Some," I shrug. "Others are too busy gossiping about Caroline threatening to sue, or Vince's vindication, or Bailey moving out." Emiliano steps inside, closing the door. "Are you okay with all of it? The scrutiny? It's better than invisibility." I placed the last photo in my box, Lily at the park last weekend, Robert awkwardly pushing her swing. Our first tentative steps toward co-parenting. At least now it's on my terms. And Bailey? How's that going? Complicated. I think of our last conversation, tense but respectful. She's staying with her sister until after the baby comes. Says she needs space to decide what she wants. And what do you want, Hannah? Now that you've won, the question catches me off guard. What do I want? For so long, my wants were simple. Recognition, justice, dignity. Now that I have them, the horizon seems strangely vast. I want to be good at this job, I say finally. I want Lily to be proud of me. I want... Another knock interrupts us. Robert stands in the doorway, his expression unreadable. May I have a moment? He asks. Emiliano gives my arm a supportive squeeze before leaving. The door clicks shut behind him. Robert and I regard each other across the room. Adversaries, co-parents, colleagues. All of it uncomfortable, all of it real. Bailey called, he says. She's filing for divorce. I absorb this without surprise. I'm sorry. Are you? Yes, and I am surprisingly. Not for exposing the truth, but for the pain it's caused, Robert nods slowly. The board wants me to take a leave of absence while they investigate the Vince situation. They've asked you to step in temporarily. The irony isn't lost on either of us. And you're okay with that? No. A ghost of his old smile appears. But I'm learning to live with things I'm not okay with. He moves to the window, looking out at the darkening sky. I keep asking myself when it all went wrong, when I became someone who could do these things. One choice at a time, I say. That's how it happens. And how does it get fixed? The same way, one choice at a time. He turns back to me. I'm meeting with Vince tomorrow, to apologize, to make amends. It's more than I expected from him. That's a good start. And Sunday, he hesitates. Our visitation agreement says I get Lily from 10 to 4. Yes. I thought we might go to the zoo. She likes animals, right? The question, so normal, so paternal, catches me off guard. She loves them, especially elephants. Robert nods, filing this information away. I should let you finish packing. As he reaches the door, I call after him. Robert? He pauses. It won't be easy. I tell him any of it. The board, Vince, co-parenting. Being visible means being accountable. I know. He meets my eyes one last time. But some truths shouldn't stay buried. After he leaves, I stand alone in the office that will no longer be mine. Through the window, I can see my reflection, superimposed over the city lights. A woman I'm just getting to know. Not perfect, not ruined, just real. My phone buzzes with a text from the babysitter. Lily said a new word today. Truth. Where did she learn that? I smile, typing back. From her mother. I gather my box of belongings and turn off the light. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. Robert's complicated redemption, Bailey's uncertain future, my own path forward. None of it will be simple. But as I walk toward the elevator, my steps are lighter than they've been in years. The weight of secrets lifted, replaced by something more substantial, the burden and blessing of living in the open. Some prices are worth paying, some truths demand to be told, and some stories, even the painful ones, deserve to be written in full daylight. The smell of warm toner and fresh ink filled my lungs as I stood over the copy machine, watching page after page of the quarterly report slide into the tray. 312 pages, double-sided, collated and stapled. My Friday night plans. Vivian! I flinched at Dean's voice, my finger slipping and adding an extra copy to the queue. He always said my name like that, like he was calling a disobedient dog that had pissed on his carpet. In my office, now, I smoothed my blouse and followed him, mentally cataloguing the 5 projects I'd completed ahead of schedule this week. Whatever criticism was coming, I had ammunition. His office smelled like expensive cologne and the leather chairs no one but him was allowed to sit in. Dean didn't look up from his computer as I stood there, waiting. The power move was so obvious it was almost comical. Almost. Melissa's getting married in 8 weeks, he finally said, still not looking at me. Congratulations. I replied, unsure why his daughter's wedding warranted an emergency Friday evening meeting. He finally raised his eyes, cold blue and narrowed. You'll be handling all the arrangements. My stomach dropped. I'm sorry? The venue's booked, but everything else needs finalizing. Flowers, catering, music. The works. He slid a folder across his desk. Budget's in there. Melissa will email you her preferences. I didn't move to take it. Dean, I'm the senior financial analyst. I'm in the middle of the Westbrook merger. And now you're also planning my daughter's wedding. His tone left no room for discussion. Melissa deserves perfection. Make it happen. The folder sat between us like a landmine. I'd spent 7 years at this firm, MBA with honours, 80-hour weeks, sacrificed relationships, sleep, my 30s, all to be treated like a personal assistant. Is there a problem? He asked, already turning back to his computer. I picked up the folder. No problem. Back at my desk, I flipped through what turned out to be a half-inch stack of magazine cutouts, Pinterest printouts, and scribbled notes in loopy handwriting. A text lit up my phone. Reese, still alive. Drinks at Harlow's. I glanced at the clock. 7:38 p.m. The office was nearly empty. Me. Rain check. Just got handed Melissa's wedding to plan. Reese. WTF? You're not a wedding planner. Me. Tell that to Dean. Reese, that's so fucked up. He's just doing this because you challenged him in the meeting yesterday. The memory made my cheeks burn. I'd pointed out a flaw in Dean's strategy for the Westbrook acquisition, politely, with data to back it up. The conference room had gone silent as he stared me down and said, when I want the opinion of a junior analyst, I'll ask for it. I wasn't junior. I hadn't been junior for 3 years. Me. Probably. Going to finish up here. Talk Monday. I closed the folder and leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. The fluorescent lights hummed, a sound I usually didn't notice until I was the last one here, which was often. My phone buzzed again, but it wasn't Reese. It was an email from Melissa Bond herself. Subject, my wedding. Hi, Vivian. Daddy told me you're helping with my special day. I'm so excited to work with you. I've attached my vision board and some links to my favorite Instagram wedding planners. Can we meet Monday at 10 to go over everything? I have tons of ideas. XOXO, Melissa P.S. Nothing tacky, please. This isn't some backyard BBQ. Attached were 17 more documents. I closed my eyes, feeling the familiar tightness in my chest. This was my father all over again. Vivi, be a good girl and take care of your brothers while I'm gone. Gone for hours, days, eventually forever. Always someone else's needs before mine. Always someone else's dreams taking priority. Working late again? I opened my eyes to see Wilfred, the CFO, standing by my desk. His tie was loose, jacket slung over his shoulder. Always, I said, forcing a smile. He nodded at the wedding folder. Heard Dean's got you planning the royal wedding. News travels fast. It's bullshit, he said quietly. You're too valuable to waste on that. The unexpected support caught me off guard. Wilfred had always been cordial but distant. Thanks, I managed. Just doing what needs to be done. He studied me for a moment. You know, I've watched you for years. Always the hardest worker. Always the last to complain. Always the first to get passed over. My throat tightened. Is there a point to this pep talk? Just an observation. He turned to leave, then paused. Dean's presenting the Westbrook strategy to the board next Friday. Your strategy, I'm guessing. I said nothing, which was answer enough. Thought so. Wilfred's expression was unreadable. You know, there are other ways to get what you deserve in this world, besides waiting for someone to give it to you. After he left, I sat motionless in my chair, his words echoing in my head. On my screen, Melissa's email glowed like a taunt. In my drawer sat the thumb drive with my complete Westbrook analysis, the one Dean had dismissed, then apparently stolen. For the first time in years, I felt something crack inside me. Not my resolve. Something else. The chains of my own making, the ones that kept me hoping that hard work and loyalty would eventually be rewarded. I pulled out the thumb drive and turned it over in my palm. Maybe Wilfred was right. Maybe it was time to stop waiting. Rain lashed against my apartment windows as I sat cross-legged on my bed, laptop balanced on my knees, thunder punctuating my thoughts. 3 a.m, and sleep wasn't even a consideration. I'd spent hours digging through company files I had access to, piecing together what Dean had been doing. It wasn't just the Westbrook merger. It was a pattern stretching back years. My ideas, my analysis, my strategies, all of them, presented by Dean as his own brilliance. The timestamps on the documents told the story. My submissions followed days later by his original presentations to the board. Lightning flashed, illuminating my living room for a split second. Empty wine glass on the coffee table, dead plant I kept forgetting to throw out, framed diploma on the wall that had cost me 6 figures in student loans. Enough, I whispered to myself, the word disappearing into the storm. I created a new folder on my desktop and labeled it Insurance. Then I began copying files, not just my stolen work, but other things Dean wouldn't want anyone to see. Discrepancies in expense reports, emails about massaging numbers for clients, the time he'd buried a sexual harassment complaint against one of his golf buddies in accounting. By dawn, my eyes burned and my back ached, but I had what I needed. The rain had stopped, leaving behind that clean electric smell that follows storms. I stepped onto my tiny balcony, coffee in hand, and watched the city wake up. For the first time in years, I felt something besides resignation. It wasn't quite hope, something sharper. "You look like hell," Erin said when I walked into her office Monday morning. "Thanks. Just what every woman wants to hear." I closed her door and sank into the chair across from her desk. Erin had been at the firm 5 years longer than me. She'd been the first one to show me the ropes, to warn me about Dean's temper, to tell me which battles to pick. She'd made senior partner last year, the only woman to do so in the firm's history. "Seriously, Vivian? Are you okay?" Her eyes, sharp behind red-framed glasses, missed nothing. "Dean's making me plan Melissa's wedding." Her eyebrows shot up. "You're kidding." "I wish. 8 weeks to pull together the society event of the season on top of my actual job." "That's completely inappropriate. I can talk to him." "No," I said too quickly. "I mean thank you, but no. I'll handle it." Erin studied me, head tilted. "This isn't just about the wedding, is it?" I hesitated. Erin was the closest thing I had to a mentor, but she was also part of the leadership team. Her loyalty would ultimately be to the firm. "He took my Westbrook strategy," I said finally. "The one I presented in the meeting last week. He's presenting it to the board on Friday as his own." Erin's face darkened. "Are you sure? Positive? And it's not the first time." She sighed, removing her glasses to rub the bridge of her nose. "Dean's an ass, but he's a connected ass. His father-in-law still sits on the board. He plays golf with half our clients." "So that makes it okay?" "Of course not." She leaned forward. "But you need to be strategic, Vivian. This firm operates on relationships and perception. If you go after Dean directly, you'll lose. So I just keep letting him steal my work while I plan his daughter's fairy tale wedding?" "No." Erin's voice was firm. "You document everything. You build allies. You position yourself so that when the right opportunity comes, you can take it." She paused. "And in the meantime, you do such an amazing job with that wedding that even Dean can't ignore your value." I wanted to argue, but the pragmatist in me knew she was right. Partially right, anyway. "Thanks," I said, standing to leave. "I should get to it then." "Vivian," Erin called as I reached the door. "Be careful. I've seen promising careers derailed by the wrong kind of ambition." I nodded and left, her warning following me down the hallway. "Daddy says you're the best analyst in the firm," Melissa said, stirring her oat milk latte with a perfectly manicured finger. "That's why he chose you for this." We sat in the overpriced cafe across from the office, surrounded by her wedding magazines and my growing headache. "Did he?" I kept my voice neutral, though my pulse quickened. Dean had never said anything remotely like that to my face. Mm-hmm. She flipped through a bridal magazine. He says you're detail-oriented and ruthlessly efficient. Ruthlessly efficient, like a machine. Not creative, not insightful, just a tool. The flowers need to be peonies and garden roses. White and blush only, Melissa continued, oblivious to my thoughts. And the cake should be 6 tiers minimum. Oh, and we need to find a new photographer. The one Daddy hired is doing my cousin Becca's wedding now. I made notes mechanically, part of my brain still stuck on Dean's backhanded compliment. Also, Melissa lowered her voice, leaning in, don't tell Daddy, but I've invited Ryan. Ryan? My ex, from college. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. We've been talking again, just as friends, of course, but Daddy always hated him. I looked up from my notes. Does your fiancé know you've invited your ex? She waved her hand dismissively. Jason doesn't care. He's so busy with work, he barely notices anything. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at it, a small smile playing on her lips. Speaking of... As she texted back, I noticed the name on her screen. It wasn't Jason. It was Wilfred. My stomach dropped as pieces clicked into place. Wilfred's unusual interest in my situation, his late-night presence at the office, his cryptic advice. Melissa, I said carefully, how do you know Wilfred? Her head snapped up, eyes wide with panic. What? He works with Daddy, so... You just texted him. Her face flushed. You were looking at my phone? That's so invasive. But the damage was done. I'd seen enough to know. Melissa, Dean's precious daughter, was having an affair with the company's CFO. And now I knew it. Melissa's pre-wedding brunch was exactly as pretentious as I'd expected. The restaurant's private room overflowed with white roses and mimosas, 20-something women in pastel dresses squealing over the diamond that weighed down Melissa's left hand. I stood in the corner, clipboard in hand, checking items off my list while pretending I was anywhere else. You look like you're plotting a murder, Reese whispered, appearing at my side with 2 champagne flutes. She handed me one. Drink this. Doctor's orders. I took a small sip. I'm working. You're hiding. She nudged me. Come on, these basic bitches won't bite. Much. I glanced at Melissa holding court at the center table. I'm not here as a guest. I'm the help, remember? Screw that. Dean's not here to see. Reese clinked her glass against mine. Besides, I need moral support. Melissa only invited me because we were in the same sorority, and I'm pretty sure she still thinks my name is Rhonda. Despite everything, I smiled. Reese had been my first real friend at the firm, the only other woman in our department when I started. She'd shown me where to get decent coffee, which bathrooms to avoid, and how to navigate the boys' club mentality. Fine, 1 drink. I took another sip and lowered my voice. Did you know about Melissa and Wilfred? Reese nearly choked. What? No. Are you serious? I nodded. Caught them texting yesterday, definitely not professional. Holy shit. Her eyes widened. That's... Wow. Does Dean know? Doubtful. And I'm not sure what to do with this information. Reese studied me for a moment. What do you want to do with it? The question hung between us as waiters circulated with tiny avocado toasts and cucumber sandwiches. What did I want? Revenge? Leverage? To burn it all down? I don't know yet, I admitted. Before Reese could respond, Melissa's voice cut through the chatter. Vivienne, come here. We're talking about the bachelorette party. I plastered on a smile and approached the table, where Melissa sat surrounded by her bridesmaids. We want to do Vegas, she announced. Daddy says you'll arrange everything. Of course he did. When were you thinking? I asked, pulling out my phone to check the calendar. 2 weekends from now. I looked up. That's very soon. Well, duh. The wedding's in 8 weeks. Melissa rolled her eyes. We need VIP tables at Omnia and Hakkasan, and a suite at the Cosmopolitan, the bungalow ones with the balconies. The other women nodded enthusiastically. I'll see what I can do, I said, making notes. Don't see, do. Melissa's smile didn't reach her eyes. Oh, and you're coming too. Daddy insists. My pen froze mid-word. I'm sorry. Someone needs to keep everything running smoothly. Make sure we get into the right clubs, that the champagne is chilled, that no one ends up in jail. She laughed, and her friends joined in. Consider it part of your job description. I felt Reese's eyes on me from across the room. I wanted to refuse, to tell Melissa exactly where she could stick her bachelorette party, but I thought of my plan, of the information I was gathering, of the long game I was playing. I'd be happy to, I lied. Back at the office that afternoon, I shut my door and pulled up the company's financial records. If Melissa and Wilfred were involved, there might be more to the story than just an affair. Expense reports, travel records, anything that might show a pattern. A knock interrupted my search. "Come in," I called, quickly minimizing the window. Wilfred entered, closing the door behind him. My heart rate doubled. "How was the brunch?" he asked casually. "Thrilling. Nothing like watching privileged women compare engagement rings while drinking $15 orange juice." He laughed, settling into the chair across from my desk. "I wanted to follow up on our conversation the other night." "Which part?" I kept my voice neutral. "The part where you pointed out I'm being taken advantage of, or the part where you suggested I do something about it?" "Both." He leaned forward. "I've been watching Dean operate for years, taking credit for other people's work, promoting his golf buddies, using company resources for personal gain. Like making me plan his daughter's wedding." "Exactly." Wilfred's eyes locked with mine. "What if I told you there's a way to change things around here? To make sure people like Dean don't keep getting away with it?" My pulse quickened. "I'd say I'm listening." "The board meeting on Friday. Dean's presenting your Westbrook strategy." "I'm aware." "What if he crashed and burned? What if the board saw through him?" I studied Wilfred's face. "Why do you care?" "Maybe I'm tired of working for someone who doesn't deserve his position." He paused. "Or maybe I have my own reasons. Like sleeping with the boss's daughter," I wanted to ask but held my tongue. "What exactly are you suggesting?" I asked instead. "I've seen your original analysis, it's brilliant, but there's a flaw in the tax structure that Dean missed when he copied your work. If someone pointed that out during the presentation..." Understanding dawned. "You want me to sabotage him?" "I want you to tell the truth." Wilfred stood. "Think about it. This could be your chance." After he left, I sat motionless, mind racing. Was this an opportunity or a trap? Was Wilfred using me to undermine Dean for his own purposes? Or was this genuinely a chance to expose the truth? I pulled out my phone and texted Reese. "Need to talk. Drinks tonight." Her response came immediately. "Can't. Working late with the Westbrook team. Tomorrow." I frowned. Reese wasn't on the Westbrook team. I would know. I'd built the financial models. Unless Dean had added her after taking my work, or unless she was lying. I opened my drawer and looked at the thumb drive containing my insurance files. The path forward suddenly seemed less clear, the allies I thought I had more questionable. If I made a move against Dean, I'd be exposing myself too. And I still didn't know who I could trust. For the first time, doubt crept in. What if I wasn't as clever as I thought? What if I was just a pawn in someone else's game? I spent Thursday night in my apartment surrounded by spreadsheets and wedding vendor contracts, switching between them like I was living two separate lives. The Westbrook financials on one screen, florists and DJs on the other. I'd barely slept all week, running on coffee and spite, my phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. "Unknown, it's Wilfred. Are you ready for tomorrow?" I stared at the message. I still hadn't decided if I was going to take his suggestion to publicly call out the flaws in my presentation. Me. "How did you get my number?" Wilfred. "Company directory." "You didn't answer my question." Me. Still thinking. Wilfred. "Don't think too long. Opportunities like this don't come often." I set my phone down and rubbed my eyes. The board meeting was at 10 a.m. In 14 hours, I'd either be taking the biggest risk of my career or continuing to let Dean walk all over me. My doorbell rang, startling me. It was nearly midnight. Through the peephole, I saw Reese holding a bottle of wine and a paper bag that smelled like Chinese food. "Surprise," she said when I opened the door. "I figured you'd still be up obsessing over tomorrow." I let her in, suddenly aware of the mess. Papers everywhere, coffee mugs piling up, me in the same clothes I'd worn to work. "You look like shit," she said, setting the food on my counter. "Thanks. It's a new aesthetic I'm trying." She laughed, pulling containers from the bag. "Kung Pao chicken and vegetable lo mein. And wine that's definitely better than whatever you've been drinking." I grabbed plates while she uncorked the bottle. "I thought you were working late with the Westbrook team." A flicker of something discomfort crossed her face. "I was. Finished early. Funny. I didn't know you were on that project." She poured 2 generous glasses of wine. "Dean added me last week, said they needed another set of eyes on the financial projections. My projections, the ones I'd spent months building." "That's great," I lied, accepting the glass she handed me. We settled on my couch, food balanced on our laps. For a few minutes we ate in comfortable silence like we'd done countless times before, but something felt off. "So," Reese said finally, "what's your plan for tomorrow?" I took a sip of wine, buying time. "What do you mean?" "Come on, Vivian. I know you. You're not just going to sit there while Dean presents your work." "Maybe I am. Maybe that's the smart play." She studied me. "Or maybe you're planning something. Would you blame me if I was?" "No." She set her plate down. "But I'd want to know what it is so I could help." I hesitated. Reese had been my friend for years. We'd vented about Dean over countless happy hours, shared our frustrations and ambitions, but something held me back. "I'm still figuring it out," I said. She nodded slowly. "Well, whatever you decide, I've got your back. You know that, right?" "I know." But even as I said it, I wasn't sure I believed it anymore. Friday morning arrived with a knot in my stomach and a decision still unmade. I dressed carefully. Charcoal pencil skirt, crisp white blouse, the red blazer I saved for days when I needed armor. The office buzzed with unusual energy. Board meetings always created tension, but today felt different. Or maybe it was just me, hyper-aware of every glance, every whispered conversation. I ran into Melissa at the coffee station, her engagement ring catching the light as she stirred creamer into her cup. "Oh, good, you're here," she said, as if I might have decided to skip work. "I need to talk to you about the bachelorette party. The girls want to add a spa day before the clubs." "Fine, I'll adjust the itinerary." I reached past her for the coffee pot. "And Jason can't make our cake tasting next week, so you'll need to come instead." I paused. "Isn't that something you should do with your fiancé?" She waved her hand dismissively. "He doesn't care about cake. Besides, he's always working. Must be difficult planning a wedding with someone so busy." Something flickered in her eyes. "We make it work." "And how does Wilfred feel about that?" The colour drained from her face. "What?" "Your relationship with Wilfred. Does Jason know about that too?" Her coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do." I kept my voice low, calm. "And I think your father would be very interested to hear about it." "Are you threatening me?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Not at all. Just making conversation." I smiled. "Good luck with the cake tasting." I walked away, heart pounding. I hadn't planned to confront her like that, but something had snapped inside me, the cumulative weight of disrespect, of being used, of watching people like Melissa and Dean take whatever they wanted without consequences. As I rounded the corner, I nearly collided with Dean himself. "Vivian, just who I was looking for." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "I need the latest Westbrook projections for the board meeting." "Of course." I kept my face neutral. "I'll email them right away. Make sure they match what we discussed. No surprises." What we discussed. As if the strategy had been a collaboration rather than my work that he'd stolen. "No surprises," I agreed. Back at my desk, I opened the Westbrook files. The board meeting was in 30 minutes. I had a choice to make. I thought of Wilfred's suggestion to expose the tax structure flaw, of Reese's sudden addition to the project team, of Melissa's panic when I mentioned her affair. Everyone had angles, secrets, motivations, including me. I made my decision. Opening my email, I attached the projections, not the flawed ones Dean had copied, but my original correct analysis. Then, I BCC'd every board member. Subject: Westbrook Acquisition Analysis. Original version, the die was cast. There was no turning back now. The boardroom felt like a pressure cooker. All polished mahogany and tense silence. I sat 3 seats down from Dean, close enough to see sweat beading at his temples as he shuffled through his presentation notes. He hadn't mentioned my email. Neither had anyone else, but the air felt charged like the moment before lightning strikes. "Let's begin with the Westbrook acquisition," said Gerald, the board chairman. His silver hair and perpetually furrowed brow gave him the look of a disappointed grandfather. "Dean, I believe you're leading this?" Dean stood, straightening his tie. "Yes, thank you, Gerald." As he launched into his presentation, I watched the board members' faces. Most wore their usual masks of polite attention, but a few, the ones who actually read their emails, kept glancing between their tablets and me. "The tax structure we've developed offers significant advantages," Dean continued, clicking to a slide that displayed my exact work, down to the font choices. "By leveraging the offshore holdings—" "Excuse me," interrupted Diane, one of the newer board members. "I'm confused about something." Dean's smile tightened. "Yes?" "The analysis you're presenting differs from what I received by email this morning." She looked directly at me. "Perhaps Ms. Lucas could clarify." Every head turned in my direction. Dean's face darkened, his eyes boring into me with unmistakable warning. This was it. The moment I'd created. The confrontation I'd been building toward. I cleared my throat. "There appears to be some confusion. The email contained my original analysis, which I completed 3 weeks ago." "Your analysis?" Gerald's eyebrows rose. "Yes. I led the financial strategy for this acquisition." Dean's laugh cut through the tension. "Vivian is a valuable member of our team who contributed some preliminary numbers, but the comprehensive strategy we're discussing today was developed under my direction." "That's not true." The words escaped before I could stop them, my voice steadier than I felt. "The strategy is mine. Every model, every projection, every slide in that deck. I can walk through any detail if you'd like." Silence fell over the room. I could feel my career imploding in real time, could see the bridges burning around me, but there was also a strange sense of relief. The truth was finally out. "This is inappropriate," Dean snapped. "We can discuss team contributions later. Right now—" "Actually," Diane cut in, "I'd like to hear Ms. Lucas explain the discrepancy in the tax structure. The email version seems more advantageous." Dean's face flushed crimson. "This is ridiculous. I won't have my presentation hijacked by the person who actually did the work?" The words came from Wilfred, who had been silent until now. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. "I think we should hear what Vivian has to say." For the next 20 minutes, I walked through my analysis, answering questions, explaining my reasoning. With each point, Dean's expression grew darker, his posture more rigid. I could feel his rage from across the table, but I kept going. When I finished, Gerald cleared his throat. "Thank you, Vivian. This has been illuminating." He turned to Dean. "I think we need to continue this discussion privately. The rest of you are dismissed." As we filed out, no one spoke. The weight of what I'd done pressed down on me with each step. I'd publicly challenged Dean. There was no walking it back. In the hallway, Reese grabbed my arm, pulling me into an empty conference room. "What the hell was that?" she hissed, eyes wide. "Are you trying to get fired?" "I'm trying to get credit for my work. By humiliating Dean in front of the board? Jesus, Vivian." Her reaction caught me off guard. "I thought you'd understand. You've dealt with the same crap from him." "Understanding and approving are different things." She ran a hand through her hair. "This isn't just about you. Did you think about how this affects the rest of us? The projects we're on? The deals in progress? So I should just keep letting him steal my work? Keep planning his daughter's wedding while he takes credit for everything I do? You should have been strategic. Played the long game." A horrible thought struck me. "Did you know that he was presenting my work?" She wouldn't meet my eyes. "You did." My voice dropped to a whisper. "You knew and you didn't tell me." It's complicated. It's really not. Look, she said, Dean came to me last week, said he needed help refining the Westbrook numbers. I knew they were yours, but what was I supposed to do? He's the boss. You could have warned me. And then what? Watch you do exactly what you just did. She shook her head. I was trying to protect you. No, you were protecting yourself. The realization hurt more than I expected. Did he promise you something? A promotion? A raise? Her silence was answer enough. Get out, I said quietly. Vivian, get out. After she left, I sank into a chair, the adrenaline crash leaving me shaky. My phone buzzed with a text. Wilfred, meet me in the parking garage, level 3. Now. I stared at the message, torn between suspicion and curiosity. Wilfred had backed me in the meeting, but I still didn't fully trust his motives. Was this a trap? Or was he the only real ally I had left? Either way, I needed answers. As I rode the elevator down, my phone buzzed again. An email from HR. Subject: immediate meeting required. The message was brief. Please report to Human Resources immediately regarding a serious matter. My stomach dropped. It was starting already. The retaliation. I ignored the email and pressed the button for the parking garage. Whatever Wilfred wanted, it suddenly seemed more urgent than facing HR's firing squad. The elevator doors opened to the dimly lit garage, and I stepped out, my heels echoing against concrete. Whatever happened next, there would be no going back. The parking garage smelled of exhaust and concrete dust. My footsteps echoed as I walked deeper into level 3, scanning for Wilfred between the rows of cars. My phone kept buzzing with HR messages, each one more urgent than the last. I found him leaning against his black Mercedes, arms crossed, expression unreadable. That was quite a performance upstairs, he said as I approached. Was it a performance? I thought I was just telling the truth. He smiled slightly. The truth is always a performance in this business. The question is whether the audience believes it. Did they? The board? Yes. Dean's credibility is shot. He pushed off from the car. But that's not why I asked you here. Then why did you? Because you need to understand what you've started. His voice lowered. Dean's not going to just accept defeat. He's already in HR filing a complaint against you for insubordination, corporate espionage, probably a dozen other trumped-up charges. My stomach tightened. Is that why they're blowing up my phone? Probably. And it's just the beginning. He glanced around the garage, then back at me. Dean has connections throughout the industry. If he goes down, he'll make sure you never work in finance again. So, what am I supposed to do? Run away? Apologize? Neither. Wilfred reached into his jacket and pulled out a flash drive. This contains evidence of Dean's financial misconduct over the past 5 years. Falsified expense reports, client billing fraud, even some creative accounting on the Westbrook deal itself. I stared at the small device. Why do you have this? Let's just say I've been keeping receipts. I knew someday they might be useful. And you're giving them to me? Why? His eyes met mine. Because you had the courage to do what I've wanted to do for years, and because I think you can finish this. I took the flash drive, its weight insignificant compared to what it represented. What about you and Melissa? His expression hardened. What about us? Does Dean know? No, and it needs to stay that way. So this is the price for your help? My silence? It's not what you think. He ran a hand over his face. Melissa and I, it's complicated. Affairs usually are. It's not just an affair. Something in his voice made me pause. We've been together for almost a year. She's leaving Jason after the wedding. I couldn't help but laugh. She's going through with a wedding to a man she's planning to leave. Dean's invested millions in this merger with Jason's family. The wedding is part of it. If Melissa backs out now, Dean loses everything. The pieces clicked into place. So you're using me to take down Dean before the wedding. I'm giving you the tools to get justice. What you do with them is your choice. Before I could respond, my phone rang. Erin's name flashed on the screen. I have to take this, I said, stepping away. Vivian, where are you? Erin's voice was tight with concern. HR is looking everywhere for you. I needed some air. Well, get back up here now. Dean's on the warpath, and if you don't defend yourself, this gets much worse. What's he saying? That you stole confidential information, that you're trying to sabotage the Westbrook deal, that you've been conspiring with competitors. She paused. It's bad, Vivian. Really bad. I glanced at Wilfred, who was watching me intently. I'll be right up. After hanging up, I turned back to him. I need to go. Think carefully about your next move, he said. Once you use what's on that drive, there's no turning back. HR had gathered quite the welcoming committee. Dean sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by 2 people from legal. Erin sat opposite them, her expression grim. A woman I recognized as the head of HR gestured for me to sit. Ms. Lucas, thank you for finally joining us, she said, her tone making it clear my absence had not gone unnoticed. We're addressing some serious allegations about your conduct. I'm aware. I set my bag down but remained standing. I'm also aware that I've done nothing wrong. Dean scoffed. Nothing wrong? You undermined a presentation to our board. You distributed confidential company information without authorization. You've been planning this sabotage for weeks. Is that what we're calling it when someone refuses to let their work be stolen? I kept my voice steady. Everything I presented to the board was my own analysis. Analysis that you took credit for. That's absurd. You work for me. Your work product belongs to the company, and I determine how it's presented. Dean, Erin cut in. There's a difference between work belonging to the company and you claiming someone else's ideas as your own. He turned on her. Stay out of this, Erin. This isn't about you. Actually, it is. She straightened. It's about all of us. About the culture we've allowed to fester here. The HR director cleared her throat. Let's focus on the immediate issue. Ms. Lucas, do you deny sending confidential company information to the board without authorization? I sent my own analysis to correct the record. That's not unauthorized distribution. It's whistleblowing. One of the lawyers leaned forward. Whistleblowing requires reporting illegal activity. Taking credit for work is unethical, perhaps, but not illegal. I thought of the flash drive in my bag, of all the actual illegal activity I could expose. What if there was more? I asked quietly. Dean's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? What if I told you I have evidence of financial misconduct, falsified reports, billing fraud? The room went silent. The lawyer exchanged glances with HR. Erin's eyes widened slightly. That's preposterous, Dean finally said, but his voice lacked conviction. She's making desperate accusations to save herself. Am I? I reached for my bag. Should we find out? That's enough, the HR director stood. This meeting is adjourned until Monday. Both parties are to have no contact until then. Ms. Lucas, consider yourself on administrative leave, pending investigation. As everyone filed out, Erin caught my arm. What are you doing? She whispered. Do you actually have evidence? Or are you bluffing? I thought of Wilfred's flash drive, of Melissa's wedding just days away, of all the lines I'd already crossed. I guess we'll find out on Monday, I said. Dean brushed past us, pausing just long enough to mutter, You've just destroyed your career. I hope it was worth it. After he left, Erin studied my face. Be careful, Vivian. Whatever you think you know, whatever you're planning, there are always consequences. Sometimes they're not the ones you expect. Her warning followed me as I left the building, the flash drive heavy in my bag. I had the weekend to decide, use Wilfred's evidence and burn it all down, or find another way forward. The wedding was in 6 days. The clock was ticking. Melissa's wedding reception glittered with wealth and pretension. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ballroom ceiling, reflecting light onto white orchid centerpieces and champagne flutes that probably cost more than my monthly rent. I stood near the back, watching the celebration unfold like I was observing a play I'd helped stage but wasn't actually part of. The ceremony had been flawless. The bride radiant, the groom handsome, Dean beaming with pride as he walked his daughter down the aisle. No one looking at them would have guessed the tangled web of lies beneath the surface, or that I was about to tear it all apart. "You actually came?" Wilfred appeared beside me, champagne in hand. In his tuxedo, he looked like every other wealthy man in the room. "I wasn't sure you would. I planned half of this. Seemed a shame to miss it." I accepted the glass he offered. "Besides, I made a promise." "To who?" "Myself." He studied me. "You look different. Resolved." I was. After days of agonizing, of examining the evidence on his flash drive, of weighing consequences and scenarios, I'd made my decision. There would be no going back. "Have you seen Reese?" I asked, scanning the crowd. "At the bar, last I checked." He lowered his voice. "Did you bring it?" I nodded slightly. The flash drive was in my clutch along with a few other items I'd need. "What's your plan?" "You'll see." I drained my champagne. "Excuse me." I made my way through the crowd, nodding at colleagues, smiling at strangers. The weekend had given everyone time to hear about my confrontation with Dean. Some avoided eye contact, others watched me with barely concealed curiosity. I was the entertainment no one had expected. I found Reese leaning against the bar, looking uncomfortable in her bridesmaid dress. "Hey," I said, sliding next to her. She tensed. "Hey, didn't expect to see you here." Apparently neither did anyone else. I signaled the bartender. "Vodka soda, please." "Vivian, about last week." "Don't." I turned to face her. "I didn't come to rehash that." "Then why did you come?" The bartender set my drink down. I took a sip, letting the alcohol burn slightly. "To finish what I started." Her eyes widened. "What does that mean?" "It means I'm done being invisible. Done letting people like Dean and Melissa use me and discard me." I set my glass down. "And I thought you, of all people, would understand that." "I do, but you chose the safe path." "I get it." I softened my tone. "I'm not here to judge you, Reese. I just wanted you to know that whatever happens next, it wasn't personal." Before she could respond, the DJ announced it was time for the father-daughter dance. The crowd parted as Dean led Melissa to the center of the dance floor. They swayed to some sentimental ballad, Dean whispering something that made Melissa laugh. I felt a hand on my arm. "Erin, we need to talk," she said quietly, pulling me toward a quiet corner. "Whatever you're planning, don't do it." "What makes you think I'm planning anything?" "Because I know that look." Her eyes were serious. "The board is already investigating Dean based on what happened in the meeting. HR is reviewing your complaints. The system is working, Vivian." "The system?" I laughed softly. "The system is what protected him for years. The system is what kept me planning his daughter's wedding instead of being recognized for my work. And now that's changing. Don't derail it with something rash." I looked at her. Really looked at her. Erin had always been my mentor, the woman I aspired to be. But standing there, I realized we were fundamentally different. She believed in incremental change, in working within the system. I was done with that. "It's too late," I said simply. The dance ended to applause. The DJ invited everyone to take their seats for dinner and toasts. I moved toward the head table where Dean sat between Melissa and her new husband, all smiles and champagne toasts. My heart pounded as I approached the DJ's table. "Excuse me," I said. "I have a special message from the bride. She wants me to make an announcement before the best man's toast." He looked uncertain. "That's not on the schedule." I slipped him a folded $100 bill. "Last-minute change." He shrugged, handed me the microphone, and dimmed the music. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special announcement." The room quieted as I walked to the center of the dance floor. Hundreds of eyes turned toward me. I caught Melissa's confused expression, Dean's narrowing gaze, Wilfred's tense posture. "Good evening," I began, my voice steady despite my racing pulse. "For those who don't know me, I'm Vivian. I had the privilege of planning this beautiful wedding." Polite applause rippled through the room. "I've spent the past 6 weeks ensuring every detail was perfect. The flowers, the music, the menu." I smiled. I've also spent that time uncovering some interesting information I thought the bride and groom might want to know before they begin their life together. The room went silent. Dean half rose from his chair, but Melissa put a hand on his arm, her face frozen in a smile that didn't reach her eyes. For instance, I continued, did you know that the father of the bride has been systematically defrauding the company he works for? Or that the bride has been having an affair with the company's CFO for the past year? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Jason, the groom, turned to stare at Melissa, whose face had gone pale. Vivian! Dean's voice boomed across the room as he stood. That's enough! No, Dean, it's not enough. My voice grew stronger. It's not enough that you stole my work for years. It's not enough that you used me to plan this sham of a wedding. It's not enough that you tried to destroy my career when I finally stood up for myself. I pulled the flash drive from my clutch and held it up. Everything I'm saying is documented here. Financial records, text messages, hotel receipts, all of it. The room erupted in murmurs. Dean stormed toward me, face contorted with rage, but two of Jason's relatives intercepted him. You're finished, he spat. Do you hear me? You'll never work again. Maybe, I acknowledged, surprising myself with how calm I felt. But so are you. I turned to address the stunned crowd. I apologize for disrupting the celebration. The truth isn't always convenient, but I believe it's always necessary. As I handed the microphone back to the DJ, chaos erupted. Jason was shouting at Melissa, who was crying. Dean was being restrained by several men. Guests were standing, pointing, recording on their phones. I walked through the pandemonium toward the exit, my head high, feeling strangely light. I'd burned every bridge, destroyed my career, and probably ensured I'd never work in finance again. But for the first time in years, I was free. Morning light streamed through the windows of my apartment, painting golden rectangles on the hardwood floor. I sat cross-legged on the couch, coffee cooling beside me, scrolling through the aftermath of my nuclear strike. The business news sites were having a field day. Wedding whistleblower exposes financial fraud. Bond financial services under investigation. Merger collapses amid scandal. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. Hello? Is this Vivian Lucas? A woman's voice, brisk and professional. Yes. This is Margot Winters from the Securities and Exchange Commission. We'd like to speak with you about the information you've made public regarding Bond Financial. I'd expected this call, just not so soon. I'm available whenever you need me. Excellent. And Ms. Lucas? You did the right thing. After arranging a meeting for later that day, I set my phone down and walked to the window. The city sprawled before me, unchanged by the chaos I'd unleashed. People still hurried along sidewalks, traffic still crawled, life continued. But something fundamental had shifted, not in the world but in me. My doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. Through the peephole I saw Melissa, looking nothing like the radiant bride of yesterday. Her eyes were puffy, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, her designer clothes replaced by jeans and a plain sweater. I opened the door but didn't invite her in. This is unexpected. Can I come in? Her voice was hoarse, probably from crying. Against my better judgment, I stepped aside. She entered cautiously, as if entering a stranger's home. In a way, she was. She'd never been to my apartment before, never shown any interest in my life outside what I could do for her. The wedding's all over the internet, she said, standing awkwardly in my living room. Everyone's talking about it. That tends to happen when the bride's affair is exposed during the reception, she flinched. I deserved that. What do you want, Melissa? She sat on the edge of my couch, hands clasped tightly in her lap. I wanted to tell you that you were right. About everything. She looked up at me. The wedding was a business arrangement. My father pressured me into it. Jason's family owns the patents Dean needed for the merger. And Wilfred? I love him. Her voice cracked. Or I thought I did. Now I don't know. He hasn't returned my calls since last night. I wasn't surprised. Wilfred had gotten what he wanted, Dean's downfall. Melissa had served her purpose. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I owe you the truth." She wiped a tear. "And because I need your help." I laughed, couldn't help it. My help? After everything? "The SEC is investigating my father. They've frozen our accounts, seized our computers. They're saying I might be implicated because I knew about some of his dealings." Her eyes pleaded. "I need someone who understands what happened, who has the evidence." "So you can make it disappear? Protect your father?" "No." She stood suddenly. "So I can protect myself. I didn't know the extent of what he was doing. I swear. But no one's going to believe that without proof." I studied her face, searching for the manipulation, the angle. But all I saw was fear. Real fear. "What about your father? You'd testify against him." "He used me." Her voice hardened. "My whole life he's used me. The perfect daughter, the corporate asset, the bride to seal the deal. I'm done being his pawn." In that moment, I recognized something in Melissa I hadn't seen before, something familiar. She'd been trapped too, just in a gilded cage. "I'll think about it," I said finally. "That's all I can promise." After she left, I returned to the window, watching as she walked to her car. My phone buzzed with a text from Erin. "Erin, board emergency meeting today. Dean's suspended. They want to talk to you. Call me." Before I could respond, another text came through. "Reese, I was wrong. You were right. I'm sorry. Coffee soon." And then another, from a number I didn't recognize. "Unknown. This is Gerald from the board. We need to discuss your future at the company and a potential leadership position." I set the phone down, overwhelmed by the sudden shift. For years, I'd been invisible, my work stolen, my potential ignored. Now, everyone wanted a piece of me. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd blown up my career to expose the truth, and instead of destroying my future, it had created new possibilities. But did I want them? Did I want to return to a company that had valued me only after I'd forced them to? My gaze fell on the business card I'd received last month from a startup looking for a financial strategist. I'd kept it, a small act of rebellion, a reminder that other options existed. I picked it up, turning it over in my fingers. There would be decisions to make, testimony to give, relationships to rebuild or release. The path forward wasn't clear yet, but for the first time it was mine to choose. My phone rang again. This time I let it go to voicemail. The world could wait. I had spent years responding to other people's demands, fitting myself into spaces they designed. Not anymore. I opened my laptop and began to type, not a resignation letter or a statement for the SEC, but something more personal. The story of how I found my voice, how I stopped being invisible, how I learned that sometimes you have to burn everything down to see what remains in the ashes. The sun climbed higher, filling my apartment with light. Outside, the city continued its rhythm. Inside, in the quiet of my own space, I finally understood what I'd been fighting for all along. Not revenge, not justice, just the simple, powerful right to author my own story. And no one would ever take that from me again.